Jesus in nation, righteous in nation, the holy nation. Take us out, yeah, yeah, yeah. Jesus nature, taking over. Jesus nature, Jesus nature, taking over, taking over. Jesus nature. We're taking over in every city, the righteous nation, the holy nation. We dominating in every city, the righteous nation, the holy nation. Are you ready? I am ready. Are you ready? I am ready. Are you ready? I am ready to take over. To take over. Are you ready? I am ready. Are you ready? I am ready. Baby, are you ready? I am ready to take over. To take over. Iwe, 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 Iwe. Ibubedike, Ibubedike, Iwe, 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 Ibubedike, Ibubedike. Yes, South Africa, South Sudan, Tanzania, Jesus nature, taking over. Jesus nature, Jesus nature, taking over. Jesus nature. In every city, the righteous nation, the holy nation. We dominating in every city, the righteous nation, the holy nation. Are you ready? I am ready. Are you ready? I am ready. Are you ready? I am ready to take over. To take over. Are you ready? I am ready. Are you ready? I am ready. Baby, are you ready? I am ready to take over. To take over.
Oh, this one I might have to go with full strength. Just turn my headphones a little bit high, man. Megan. Yeah. Entertainment, financial profit, real estate, the line profit, politics, his kingdom profit. Canary places, we're taking over Jesus' nation. The Hittites, Gigashites, Amorites, Canaanites, the Hivites, Perizzites, Jebusites, 7 right, 7 prophets here taking over, bring the speed truck. Hamlet and major prophet take you on and free right. The Jesus nature seems right, teaching you your real rights. I was speaking ahead is full of rest, and that's a good fight. I'ma read the book nice, and let me tell my real sight. Don't let it defeat you, be a feeler on the real site. Fine, fine boys in my DM, them asking me how I make a move. Me I tell them say na Jehovah, oh.
I remember the first time we were with the taters and the lives of the song. After music for me, China Jairana, what is a second Linkani? Little Abita, little Nabita, Mawana, the only reason we're together is we got so used to it. Something I told you things I would see I way. Como tena manga kasenga, nyumba ya kanonga ni de kwela. We can never fix it. Move on, move on. They should give up on me. Give up on me. Send his love upon us, so. Send his love upon us, so. You should give up on me. Give up on me, yeah, yeah. Send his love upon us, so. Send his love upon us, so. Ndinagoza, ndinkanena, unkaleta, kumanikenda, kumamagoza, mapati kulenga, ndinanena. Ndinagoza, ndinkanena, unkaleta, kumanikenda, usakabagoza, ngatoli bezonena, ndinkanena. Ndatopa ndikumenyana, panopa ndikufuna bata, ndatopa ndikukangana, ndatopa. I know zosanagoza, nati sendeza kusia, I fonte mauna sanka, pano wagana, and you should give up on me, give up on me. Sendeza kugonda so. Send his love upon us, so you should give up on me. Give up on me, yeah, yeah. Send his love upon us, so send his love upon us, so give up on me. Send his love upon us, so send his love upon us, so you should give up on me. Give up on me, yeah, yeah, yeah. Sanga wako ndinendeka Zakazi tatu zongo beta Undinamiza na tulipoweka Ndichikondi cha katikati na kupasa moyo wanga mosa bweza Pano ntima ule matimati Nsonze watikila komo na ubwenza Kurukale ntima mwanga Singate dali wanga Wandipa moyo mwanga Waupa ntima wanga Kurukale bwenzi langa Singate dali wanga Wandipa moyo mwanga Wela ndikuuze za muntima Muntima mwanga mwaza za revenge Ndikufuna ndidakala liwe koma mulindima Muntima You told me you'll never cheat on me Always you protect my heart But no kakala mango ganizila If everything you say was a lie Unambi uzasunga nditonze Olo zitavuta maka But no one's anga unsakona ulindi wina Tell me how did you protect my pride Yeah, yeah Kurukale moyo mwanga Singate dali wanga Waupa ntima wanga Manga mwaza revenge likufuna ndira kala liwe koma mulindima no matter what you do, makalele wako ndopya, mtima wanga usokazika, ongomenya godo bo 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 bo, mtima wanga go menga godo bo 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 bo, mtima wanga go.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and all participants, both virtually and physically. It's the third day of our conference, the third and last day of our Space Conference 2022, and it's going to be another exciting day. We're hoping to wind up in time today, and we're hoping that all the presentations that we've lined up today are going to be as successful as have always been in the last 3 days. Going through today's program, I'm sure every one of us has one at least on their table. We have from 9 to 10 our online presentation. But remember, we had a carryover from yesterday's presentation. We had to cancel one presentation in terms of time management. We thought we could slot in that presentation today. So today is when we have that presentation. It was one by Lyndon Pitzer, Future Spectrum Roadmap, a Satellite Industry Perspective. That one should be the first one. Just a quick fix to the program. The one we carried over to today is now going to be the first program before the 9 to 10 one. And after this presentation, that's when we will slot in the second presentation, which indicates as the first one. We're having a panel discussion from 10 to 11. But after the healthy break, there was supposed to be another topic, realizing the universal access agenda approach in enabling broadcast connectivity, including the role of universal service obligation. That one won't be available. Just take note of that. In between at 11:30 to 12:30, that presentation won't happen. So just take note of those few changes, and that's how we proceed for the day. So without much ado, I invite our first presenter, the very topic that we had carried on over rather from yesterday, to make his way forward so that we have that presentation. Remember, after each presentation, we have a Q&A session. So keep those notes at a very brief, so we can make it for the day. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the presentation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If we could go to the next slide, please. I'll try and keep this presentation quite brief, given that we do have an online presentation which is scheduled to start at 9. Now, for the last 2 days, we have been speaking about orbits and spectrum. But what exactly is spectrum? We've all spoken about it, but what is it? And more correctly, we should be speaking about the radio frequency spectrum. Now, the radio frequency spectrum is part of the electromagnetic spectrum, which is a naturally occurring phenomena. And your electromagnetic spectrum includes gamma rays, X-rays, ultraviolet light, visible light, infrared radiation, and then we have the radio frequency spectrum, which by definition, by the ITU, extends from around 8 kilohertz up to approximately 300 gigahertz. We have been speaking for the last couple of days on C-band, 3 gigahertz, Ku band 10 gigahertz, Ka 20 gigahertz, etc. And once you get up to the higher bands, QV, we are still below 100 gigahertz. Now, of course, the higher you go, the greater the bandwidth available, but the smaller the coverage area. If we move to the next slide, really just reinforces this. So for spectrum management, the spectrum needs to be managed to ensure efficient use, and a number of presentations have touched on Article 44 of the ITU Constitution, which speaks about rational, efficient, and economic use of spectrum. I think Yvonne Henry yesterday made a very good point. We don't necessarily need an interference-free environment, but we need a controlled interference environment in order for services to operate effectively. And this is really the role of government and the regulators, and they've got to balance the needs of both public, commercial, and national security interests. There is a greater demand for spectrum than the amount of spectrum that is available. And this is the balance which the regulators need to achieve. And spectrum needs to be allocated appropriately based on national socio-economic requirements in a country. So you would have a frequency band, for example, that is allocated to fixed satellite services, fixed services, and possibly some other service. These services, as I say, because of the demand for spectrum is greater than the amount of spectrum that is available, the national regulator would then say, macro would say, based on the socio-economic demands in Malawi, there are 3 allocations to different services in this frequency band. We will allocate the frequency band to service X. And there are a number of mechanisms according to which one can license or assign spectrum. You have a beauty contest, so-called beauty contest, or alternatively known as a comparative administrative process, whereby applicants for spectrum could put in a promise of performance and say, this is what I intend doing, this is my rollout plan, these are the benefits that will accrue if I'm assigned the spectrum. It's one way of doing it. Another method is an auction-based approach where people bid for spectrum. To date, this hasn't been very widely used in certain African countries, but it is gaining popularity. The advantage of an auction-based spectrum is that people place a value on spectrum. They don't necessarily hoard spectrum, and spectrum is efficiently and effectively used. Then there is also the option of unlicensed spectrum, and we heard about that yesterday. So moving on to the next slide. As I've said, it must be managed to ensure effective use. Spectrum must be shared, but the services that share spectrum must be compatible. And we have heard, and from simulations, measurements, and tests that have been carried out in the ITU and also by private individuals, terrestrial mobile services and satellite services are not compatible. And this is largely due to the power differentials between the services. If we are looking at a GSO satellite system, that satellite is 36,000 kilometers from the Earth. So by the time the signal reaches Earth, it is very weak. The terrestrial service is perhaps 5 or 10 kilometers from a satellite ground station. That signal is much stronger. So it will just overwhelm the satellite signal. Because the satellite signal has traveled this long distance, it is very weak, it needs amplification. And that is why you need these separation distances. And we've heard that there's a lot of debate around the issue of compatibility and studies using different assumptions for tests that have been carried out, simulations that have been carried out, and there are varying separation distances between these. Now, one of the issues that we are dealing with, particularly in the run-up to WRC 23, and Kevin touched on this yesterday as well, there's an increasing demand for mobile broadband spectrum. And the result of this is that the frequency bands used by satellite services are under threat. Going to the next slide. This gives you a graphic of the spectrum that has been identified for IMT at the ITU over the number of years. And this started back at the World Radio Conferences in 1992, 1997, there was 230 megahertz. In 2000, an additional 750 megahertz. At 2007, an additional 1,100 megahertz. In 2015, an additional 1,880 megahertz. But the scary picture is what happened at WRC 19, where 19,000 megahertz, 19 gigahertz of additional spectrum was identified for IMT. But the IMT sector is looking for more. Now, so there is now 20 gigahertz of spectrum that's been identified for IMT. If we look at the satellite C-band, there's 600 megahertz there. If we look at the KU band, there's around 2,000 megahertz there. And these are the key satellite bands for Africa. So you've now got the mobile sector with 20 gigahertz of spectrum, 20,000 megahertz. You've got the satellite sector with less than 1,000 megahertz, but the mobile sector wants more. And what is the justification for this? At WRC 19, it was said that mid-band spectrum around 3 gigahertz is the key band for 5G services. This will provide you with bandwidth and coverage, gives a good compromise. Subsequently, it has been said that, oh, the mid-band spectrum, the C-band spectrum will only be used in urban areas. It's not economically feasible to use it in rural areas. Now, the Africa coverage situation is in the rural areas. This is where the problem lies, where we don't have coverage. So we need to look at it. Now, as was said yesterday as well, an independent study was commissioned by a company by the name of LS Telecom. And they found that the majority of the spectrum that has been identified for IMT has not yet been licensed. So the IMT community is looking for more spectrum, but they are not using the spectrum that they already have. The position is, why ask for more if you're not using what you already have? Let's move on, please. So the GSMA, which is the Mobile Association Industry Forum, has estimated that only 7 countries in Africa will have 5G services by 2025. And this is 3% of the mobile data as compared to 16% globally. The primary 5G market is not mobile broadband. It is rather an enterprise demand. Yet the network resilience and data throughput and bandwidth speeds are becoming more important. So we need to respond to enhanced connectivity where fiber is not accessible, particularly in the African region. Backhaul operators need to extend connectivity and reach and to meet their obligations. And as we have seen in the last few days, this is where satellite comes into its own in the rural areas in Africa. You will recall that we had a slide up saying that once you are more than around 5 kilometers outside an urban area, satellite becomes more cost effective than a terrestrial station. We need to provide direct access to consumers outside of the urban areas, because this is where Africa's connectivity problem lies. And we need to be able to connect mobile platforms. There's a growing need or growing demand for mobile platforms with eSIM, which we heard about yesterday. Moving on. Let's go to the next slide, please. So, reference has been made to the ATU recommendation on emerging technologies. And I would urge all of you to review this document. It is freely available on the ATU website. And recommendation 005, which was published in July last year, so it is recent. The ATU set up this task group on emerging technologies, and there are chapters there on VSAT and on eSIM. And the objective of this is to enable the most effective and efficient use of spectrum to deliver broadband-related services in Africa, while minimizing the impact on incumbent services. And this is an important point to be borne in mind. It is all good and well to want to introduce new services, but the incumbent services need to be protected. These services are, or these technologies are providing services to customers. You cannot just take away a service from someone who's enjoyed a service. So it is important that when allocating new spectrum, existing incumbent services are protected, existing customers do not lose the service that they have. So the overall recommendation from R2 recommendation 005 is to ensure that regulation and licensing conditions promote the use of all emerging technologies that contribute to eliminating the digital divide, very importantly, and in furtherance of the technology neutrality principle. So we've got GSO and NGSO broadband technologies that allow multiple connectivity across Africa, as we have heard over the past 2 days. Moving on. This is the reality today. ITU has done a forecast of spectrum requirements going back in 2015. You've got what is regionally harmonized and available for licensing. And at the bottom here, you can see what has actually been licensed as compared to what has been identified for IMT. And this is a scary picture, that more and more spectrum is being demanded for mobile broadband services, and we do not minimize the importance of terrestrial mobile broadband services. We all have smartphones, we all want connectivity wherever we are, but there are also other considerations that need to be taken into account, particularly in the African context. And if we are going to do something about improving connectivity, we need to do it in the rural areas and not only in the urban areas. Moving on. So there are methods of addressing this problem, and one of them is refarming the existing terrestrial spectrum. There are countries that have developed strategies for closing down 2G services, 3G services, and retaining 4G services, 5G services in future. However, this needs to be very carefully managed. Is this the way to go? Do people in rural areas have smartphones? Can they afford these devices? Yes, the refarming of spectrum will provide coverage in the rural areas, but as I say, standalone 5G deployments are probably a long way off for Africa, particularly in the rural areas. And the initial 5G deployments are not going to be standalone. There will be a combination of 4G and 5G as the technology develops, but in the short term, at least, it's not going to happen. 3G, 4G terrestrially will be the technology that is implemented. And again, we emphasize that FSS has a role to play, particularly in the C-band. Moving on. So all technologies are evolving and each has a role to play. We've heard about Wi-Fi, the satellite ecosystem, as we heard yesterday from Bashir Patel, is evolving. We've got high throughput satellites, we've got software-defined satellites, both GSO and non-GSO satellites, and we're looking at L-band, S-band, KU, KA, and as we said, in future, there will be the Q and V bands as well, which will provide very wide bandwidths. The mobile ecosystem is also evolving, and we recognize this. Tests have shown 20 gigabits, 900 megabits per second, depending on the technology. Broadband satellites can also deliver comparable speeds. 100 megabits is not impossible. We heard the other day from SpaceX that they are looking at up to 1 gigabit per second. So the satellite technology compares very favorably with the terrestrial technology. However, again, is there a demand in rural areas for speeds such as this? Our view is no. Rural areas have a demand for broadband services, but it is not necessary to have these speeds. Moving on. So why does C-band remain the distribution platform of choice in rural areas? As we have said, it has reach. The beams cover large areas, so it is economically viable. The big plus point for C-band in Africa is its resilience to rain fade, particularly in the equatorial regions. Not necessarily the case in Malawi, perhaps, but C-band has the large coverage areas in particular are important. We heard input from the Defence Force the other day about Defence Force requirements, and security services and defence are one of the major users of C-band because of its large coverage area, particularly if these security services are involved in peacekeeping operations outside the borders of the country. This provides an ideal technology for communication for these services. The next slide, please. So, as we have said, the FSS and mobile co-frequency is not feasible, and there are numerous studies that have shown this. Within the ITU working parties, they have indicated that there are 20 studies that have been conducted. 14 of them show that sharing is possible. 6 studies show that sharing is not possible. However, what they fail to mention is the input assumptions to these studies. And if you have 10 or 15 or 20 or how many studies, all using the same input parameters, of course you're going to get similar results. Using what we believe are to be more realistic parameters in respect of clutter as one example, we find that sharing is not compatible. It is also interesting to note that in Nigeria, they have recently required that FSS operators operating in C-band from 3,600 to 3,900 megahertz must vacate the spectrum in order to accommodate an auction that they have conducted for mobile broadband. Yet these are one of the proponents saying that these services can share spectrum. And we have asked the question, if these services are compatible and they can share spectrum, why did you require your FSS operators to migrate out of the band? And we haven't had a response to that. Tests that have also been conducted show that even when you have IMT and FSS in adjacent bands, you get LNB overload and interference to the FSS systems. It is unfortunate that our colleague Lloyd Momba is not with us, because MultiChoice has conducted studies, actual measurements in South Africa that show this very clearly, that these services just cannot coexist, that IMT in the adjacent frequency band. So you've got to be careful. We can't say, okay, we are going to have IMT in 3.6 to 3.8 and FSS can use 3.8, because there is going to be interference in the adjacent bands. And as I've previously said, the 5G signals are more powerful than the satellite signals, and this is what causes the problems. Thank you. Next slide. So how do we manage this coexistence? They cannot exist side by side. You would need to fit filters to all your earth stations. This is a cost. You need to impose a guard band between FSS and 5G. A guard band is unused spectrum. This, again, does not comply with efficient spectrum use when you've got spectrum standing unused. By imposing strict out-of-band emission limits on 5G, one can mitigate the problem, but we need to find some solution. Again, we come back, we don't need an interference-free scenario, but we need an interference-controlled scenario. Moving on. This is just a graphic of the situation in the adjacent band where you've got your 5G signal, which is a lot stronger than the other. So the GESOA position is that we would urge African administration not to consider C-band for IMT at the forthcoming WRC. Satellite is an integral part of today and tomorrow's digital ecosystem. There's 20 plus gigahertz of spectrum already identified for IMT, as you saw from that first graphic. There's plenty of other spectrum that's available to license and use for IMT. Less than 50% of the spectrum already identified has been licensed. Africa has extensive reliance on satellite services. The ATU conducted a survey amongst member states in the 6 gigahertz band as an example, where it was shown that there is extensive use of fixed satellite services and fixed satellite services in the 6 gigahertz band, and that the demand for this is growing because these are critical services that need to be protected going forward. Unfortunately, at APM, that ATU recommendation was ignored. And we need to bring this back onto the table. IMT cannot replace these satellite services, and there is no alternative for the satellite services. And we need to ensure that the economic benefits are maximized. We do not have money to throw at services that are not going to be compatible. Moving on. So access to 3G and 4G is understood as vital for economies and consumers in Africa. But how do we support this balanced approach? We need to prioritize the usage of spectrum. We need to support the FSS role and growth on our way to WRC. We need this combination of technologies and spectrum allocations. Agenda items 1.2 and 1.3, as we heard yesterday, promote satellite innovation. We've got 115, 116, 117, 118, which look at it. We need to harmonize spectrum and licensing policies over Africa. And ATU task groups are a great way of achieving this. These are frameworks containing recommendations. They are not mandatory, but if we can have harmonized spectrum allocations and usage over Africa, it is going to make our life much easier. Remember, the ITU deals with international issues. What you do within your own country, within your own borders, is your sovereign right. But keep the requirements of your local population in mind when you make your allocations. Don't be bulldozed into economic solutions that are imposed from outside. We need to look at what the African problem is and how best to address the African problem. Moving on. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. I trust that I haven't taken up too much time of the next presenter, but I'm happy to answer questions either now or perhaps a bit later. Thank you very much.
So, whilst we are waiting for the microphone, for my response once again, thank you, Raiden, you still be there. One of the slides we did present on the reality today, there are so many African countries, including Mozambique, where the usage of spectrum was slow. But for Malawi, where you make it presentation of the data, what is Well, thank you so much, Dr. Chomora Nikeka, and also our presenter over there. Actually, I've just been ambushed. I don't have a question, but since I've been pinpointed, I'll try to come up with one. Well, mine is just a brief question on exploring space resources for Malawi 2063. The notion of turning to technology to kind of leapfrog and attain developmental goals in Africa is not very new.
Earlier on, we had the issue of adopting internet technologies some years back, and we were hoping that by 2020, Malawi will be a very advanced nation. Here we are again talking about exploring space resources for 2063. What assurance do we have that come 2063, we will not end up at the same spot where we found ourselves in 2020 as far as the Vision 2020 Malawi was concerned? Thank you.
Your question will be answered by the panel, which will be set up. Distinguished people will be here, and they would like to attend to that. I hope you'll still be allowed in the next session. Yes, we'll reserve that. Yes.
Thank you, Doc. And thank you, Mr. Linden, for the very good presentation, very good insight on the importance of C-band in this industry. You indicated that it will be very difficult for the band to be, the C-band to be shared with IMT, because the IMT industry is pushing for, it's advocating for sharing of this band between IMT and satellite services. But you clearly indicated that that will be a bit challenging, especially on the co-channel arrangement. But even on the adjacent channel, you indicated that to avoid interference, it will be difficult on the adjacent channel. But you highlighted that maybe an option could be to have a guard band between the IMT and the satellite services. But that would be a waste of spectrum, because we'll leave some spectrum unused if we are to implement the guard band between the services. How big is this guard band we are talking about? So that as we are considering and debating on being wasteful spectrum, if we leave a guard band between satellite and IMT services, what's the bandwidth we are talking about as a guard band here? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll attend to these questions only. I had the same question. Guard bands is odd way of doing things, and we don't want it in Africa. Maybe the band pursuit approach would be good, and issues of few other techniques to challenge the scholars and think. But creating guard bands in kilohertz or megahertz, slot would be a waste of useful spectrum. Based on Article 44, which you already are fully aware of. I think we'd like to stop here and give time to the others, the presenters. So please attend to these ones. The first one is, why is Malawi data on spectrum usage missing on IMT in Malawi? And secondly, you have to consider, you've said that it's impossible to have coexistence, but you proposed guard bands and the band pursuit. Over to you.
Thank you very much. The reason that Malawi data is not there is because we didn't have it, and it's just, as I say, that we couldn't get the data. It's not that it's not available, but as I say, at the time when we developed these, we didn't have that data, but certainly we can include that and come back to you on that. Regarding the guard bands, it's going to depend on a number of factors, whether you're going to have filters, whether you're not going to have filters, what sort of out-of-band emissions you might place on the IMT services. But there are variations of guard bands that have been proposed, and these range from around 20 megahertz up to 100 megahertz. I mean, in the case of Nigeria, for example, they migrated their satellite services to above 3,900 megahertz, but they are stopping their IMT at 3,800. So, there's a lot of spectrum there. The other danger is that we need to ensure that if there are guard bands, that they sit in the IMT portion of the band and not encroach further onto the FSS portion.
Yeah, I think that would be more plausible. If they have up close to 20 gigahertz provisioning, then they can take the 20 to 100 megahertz on their part.
Yeah.
And River. I think I hand it over to Chikondi, and thank you. Please.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation, Lyndon Pitts. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. It's been really short, brief, and very concise, especially the moderator also assisted us in handling the questions in very professional manner. We've managed to do so in very limited time. At this juncture, we'll proceed to our next presenter. The next presenter who will talk about applications and major benefits of satellite services in the economy. It's the cases in agriculture, mining, and disaster management. It's Tea Brasip. This is an online presentation. I'm sure the presenter is ready to proceed. Is okay. Just a brief background of our presenter. Serves with the Legal and Regulatory Affairs Department of the SES, a global satellite operator headquartered in Luxembourg, that's how we pronounce it, where he leads the CSC government policy and regulatory activities in the Asian Pacific region. He has some 2 decades of experience in aerospace activities from private legal practice, as well as serving in industry, government, and intergovernmental organizations. He also holds multiple degrees, including a PhD in international law. So the presenter herein is Tea Brasip. Let's give him a round of applause and hand over the floor to him. Hello, are you there?
Yes, hello, and I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yeah, you're very audible, and I hand you over the floor. Do as much as you can in the spirit of minding time. Thank you. I hand over the floor to you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And let me firstly take this opportunity on behalf of SES to express our deep appreciation to the hosts and organizers of this Malawi Space Conference. The presentation I have been requested to deliver concerns applications and benefits of space, in the course of which I will say a few words about SES, provide an overview of SES's activities in Africa. But the bulk of the presentation really will focus on the various applications and benefits of utilizing space technologies. So, in summary, for those of you who are not already familiar with SES, we are a satellite operator delivering global connectivity solutions. We do this leveraging a vast and intelligent network that spans satellites in multiple orbits and ground infrastructure to create, deliver, and manage both video as well as data solutions. These include satellites operating in a range of frequencies across the C, KU, and Ka band, located in both geostationary as well as non-geostationary orbits. The geostationary orbit satellites include the traditional wide beam transponders, as well as high throughput user spot beams, which enable very rapid transmission of massive amounts of data. At SES, we are proud to have already proven the technical, operational, and commercial viability of non-geostationary orbit solutions with our O3b system, which is really the only non-geostationary orbit constellation operating since 2014 that's delivering already fiber equivalent connectivity today. We have made additional investments in the next generation non-geostationary orbit satellite constellation with networks, with the coming medium Earth orbit mPOWER satellite network, which my colleague provided a very detailed presentation on during the course of the sessions at this event yesterday. Suffice it to say, though, that these satellites, which will be operating in the Ka band, will help ensure ubiquitous broadband, extend 5G networks to areas they would not otherwise reach, support broadcast and multicast to the network edge, and also meet growing requirements for both aeronautical as well as maritime broadband communications amongst other users. Here, this is a snapshot of some of the customers we serve globally, spanning major telecommunications operators, broadcasters, internet service providers, maritime, as well as aeronautical customers, including government agencies. And as we see here on this slide, there are new satellite use cases which are powered by the high throughput systems in both geostationary and non-geostationary orbits that I described earlier, operating in the Ka band. And in this respect, for example, SES has partnered with global cloud providers to enable direct connections to cloud computing capabilities everywhere via satellite, including the aggregation and processing of widely dispersed Internet of Things networks. And in this respect, we already have relationships with major cloud providers, including Microsoft, Amazon Web Services, and IBM, which all have significant data center presences in the Southern African region of the continent. On the following two slides here, we provide some metrics and statistics of our video connectivity business, the number of channels that we already reach globally, the number of households we provide these services to. And on the slide that follows, we also provide some metrics with respect to our data connectivity solutions, the nature of speeds that we offer, and the different service segments that we provide these high throughput satellite services to, and which in fact constitute, as you will see further down in the presentation, that element of our business that supports the various use cases, applications, and benefits which this presentation is focused on. In the African context, and I think it's important that we begin having provided this global picture of our activities. In the African context, across the continent, we are seeing a number of trends, with a very strong potential for growth. The broadcast market, of course, one of our core businesses, is still developing, albeit fueled by a large population, alongside, obviously, income growth, an emerging middle class, such that homes which are purchasing a television for the first time will have not only high definition or ultra high definition televisions, but note that satellite TVs offer the best quality for these sorts of televisions. And there are still parts, obviously, of the population across many parts of Africa which are not yet penetrated. On the other hand, with respect to data connectivity, we're also seeing a very high demand across different user groups and customers, whether it's for home use, in recently at least, where the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic had required large parts of the population to telework, as well as in rural areas. But broadband connectivity, is also supporting both data as well as voice services for a variety of telecommunications network operators in offering a variety of enterprise type solutions, which we will describe again in the course of the presentation to their respective customers. There is also, on the data connectivity side of things, increasing mobile backhaul requirements for both 3G as well as 4G, not only in the cities, but also in underserved areas, which we expect will hopefully extend with network expansion in the future to 5G. Aside from the broadcast and connectivity markets, there are also a variety of government initiatives, such as universal service initiatives, which have been implemented by several African administrations in various countries. Likewise, there are mandatory digital switch over activities which are currently rolling out across the continent, with the deadline imminent or already passed in many countries, which is acting as a growth driver. And all this represents lots of opportunity, particularly because satellites have the ability to reach underserved areas which terrestrial platforms simply cannot. And so in that respect, today, specifically across the continent, we provide coverage via more than 10 satellites in geostationary orbit, alongside the O3b constellation, to which I referred earlier, of some 20 satellites in medium Earth orbit. And we intend to grow our network coverage through our upcoming next generation medium Earth orbit system, the O3b mPOWER system, which will extend new bandwidth intensive network services and applications. With respect, for instance, on the connectivity side of business, we serve various verticals and sectors, including the mining and telco industries. We work with mine operators, we work with customers such as Orange, Airtel, Millicom, RCS, Vodafone. We also work, as you'll see, with various governments across the continent to deploy a range of connectivity services. So with those preliminary remarks from a global perspective of our activities, our growing presence across the African continent, the next part of the presentation is really intended to focus on the benefits and applications, starting with the mining sector. And here, I think the preliminary question to ask is really what the challenges of modern mining operations constitute. And these could be numerous. They encompass various elements and factors, from market volatility, where there are volatile commodity prices and demand, with the attendant impact on increased financial risk. There are challenged geographies with declining grades of certain types of minerals, perhaps even minerals and the associated resources, which perhaps are already exhausted. You have mining operations with rising expectations for the well-being of the folks, their people, their employees. There are environmental expectations with increased regulations on the environmental impact. And so there's a whole range of factors that add up to numerous challenges that come with operating a successful and profitable mine. And here we see forward-thinking leaders are in fact adding to the already numerous challenges by addressing these challenges by coming up with ways to survive and thrive by embracing, in particular, digital innovation. And here, the question is, what does this innovation through technology mean? Is it analytics and artificial intelligence that promises actionable insights? Is it processing or process digitization and software automation, which has the attendant consequence of increasing productivity? Or perhaps robotics and physical automation, which could definitively lead to safer and more efficient mines. We believe embracing these innovations could certainly help gain a better understanding of the operations, drive up efficiency and productivity in mine operations. And so what the challenges our customers have told us look like encompass again a broad range of efforts which needs to be addressed, from automation, for instance, to very high accuracy global positioning signals, to data optimization, machine learning, equipment management, even targeting workers with certain wearables to ensure that they are safe. All of which combined offer a vision for the future that indicates what is possible with the right connectivity and a collaborative approach to the innovation that technologies bring and their implementation. And as a consequence, we really see digitalization as promising great things for the mining industry. Mines, as we know it, are looking to embracing digital and technological innovation to make improvements across their businesses, from safety and environmental management, as I indicated earlier, the challenges, to predictive maintenance and artificial intelligence supported site exploration. However, implementing new innovations does put a strain on existing networks, which
Sorry to interrupt. We seem to have a technical glitch here. We can't really get you. So they're trying to work on the technical part of it. Is it okay if we could just postpone your presentation to a bit later so that they can work on the technicalities so that we can get you a bit clearer? You're really breaking and it's not doing us any justice. Is that okay with you?
Oh dear, I do apologize. Yes, it is okay.
Okay. All right, fine. So one of our technical guys will actually let you know when we are ready with all the technicalities. In the meantime, we'll just slot in a panel discussion as we're trying to rectify the problem. Apologies once again to have interrupted in the midst of a presentation, but we should get back to you as quickly as we can.
Okay, very well then.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for that mishap, but we're trying to work on the technical side of everything. In the meantime, let me call upon Dr. Chomola Mikeka, the moderator, to hold a panel discussion as our technical team is trying to rectify the problem. Moderator, please make your way forward.
Once again, good morning. We are going into a session which could have benefited greatly from the presentation of Tale Brisbane. For example, this is before I invite the panelists. For example, the question which was raised by Reserve Bank, you will see that in the slides which were just being shown here, under mining, for example, the Reserve Bank of Malawi is receiving or is buying, minerals, for example, gold, where there's nuggets or whatsoever form it is, from those who are doing local mining. But how do we know where we have the deposits? So an aerial exploration using satellite resources would immediately be in real time showing us where is what, using integrated artificial intelligence on board the satellites, but also the magnitude of the deposits, the quality of the ore. So this is across all, including the rare earth metals, the ruby and ruthenium, and all the others which are useful for electronics. So this is a kind of one typical application, and then there was an aspect of e-learning, digital health, and related aspects. So these are the ones which we would like to see if we can use and exploit to accelerate what we're looking forward to. And for that purpose, the panel discussion here was constituted, informed that 4 have confirmed. And I will be inviting these 4 upfront. The first and foremost is Dr. Cedric Ngalande, who will participate physically. I would like to invite you to walk up front, receive the microphone, because your voice is important this morning. So from the general moderator, that's Dr. Cedric Ngalande, coming all the way from the US. Let's clap hands for him. He used to, all the panelists will introduce themselves clearly, but I will make a statement, just a statement. Has worked with Raytheon, then defense of the US, and later on moved to Raytheon Intelligence and Space, and he will expound on that. And next, I would like to invite one of our own also, Lyndon Peterson, who is also attending physically and has made 2 presentations already since day 1, day 2, and today. He is, yes, please welcome. He is an authority in the field, and we have seen him sharing his experiences over 30. If we could have a balance, maybe Lyndon would have to come this way. Yes, please, yeah. Over 30, 35 years of experience in satellite communications, wireless communications, regulations, and all these kind of things. And they will briefly also speak well of themselves. Online, we have from Imasat Bashir Patel, one who has spoken with authority, demonstrating his indirect experience and practical exposure in electronics, microwave communications, regulations, experience engaging with typical regulator, IEEE, ITU, and related aspects. And today he will participate online. We would like to confirm if he is with us online, and therefore at another time, Bashir Patel, you can greet us, just say, hi, yes, I am online. We want to receive your beacon signal. Bashir, are you there? As we are proceeding for, then also online, we have from SES, Tare Brisbane, who was making that presentation, and also that he is one of those ones who have deployed the medium Earth orbit satellites, which he says they promise the same capacity like the fiber optics and gigabit capacities of connectivity, and they are over 1.5 gigabit, connectivity for various applications, as he had already started presenting in his presentations. I would like to have him, and let's just confirm if Tare Brisbane, you are available online right now.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am available.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. The title that we have is looking at government industry, but there is a component that must come also on academia and researcher. And I had prior discussion with Dr. Ngalande, who combines himself as an engineer, industrialist, entrepreneur, business tycoon, bourgeoisie, and also an academia. And I wondered if he can also be beefed up or patched up with a Malawian academic who would like to come and sit with us here in France, just to make sure that there is a transmission flow from the US to localize in terms of what we'll also be discussing. Any academic or researcher here present who would like to come and sit with us in the panel? Is there a hand up? Yes. Please come up if you are academia and researcher. Yes, please come up. So in that way, we do proper balance because, okay, so I'm taught they're missed. Okay, sorry. Is there anyone else we have missed? Kevin. Okay, so as you are coming, no, go this side and Kevin will go that side. And then I would like to invite Kelvin Eisenhower from Intersat. They proud themselves, you can take a seat that, yeah, just right there. They proud themselves to be the major operator and father and founder of satellite provider. And we have heard him speak, soft-spoken, but articulate in the manner, in the matters which they're handling. So what I'll do is I will have a quick round. How many microphones do we have with us? Only one? Oh, two. Okay, so you used that one to be sharing and also that one. For the online, we will come to you. We will start with Joseph. You have the microphone. Introduce yourself 1 minute and then pass it over.
Thank you, moderator, and good morning all. Yeah, I'm Lyndon Petzer. I'm an advisor to the Global Satellite Operators Association. My field of expertise is spectrum management and regulatory affairs. You'll have heard the two presentations that I have, and I really look forward to getting into a debate during this panel discussion on some of the key issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Lyndon. Next.
Good morning. My name is Jimango Chisuo. I have done research using Earth observation science in several institutes, including environmental sciences, mineral exploration, and even cloud optimized geo information systems. Thank you.
Which institution are you affiliated to at the moment?
Currently, I am affiliated to 808 Computing. It's a data science company which combines research in diverse fields from precision agriculture, mineral resources exploration, and other related to these fields.
Within Malawi?
Within Malawi.
Thank you so much. Over to you, your introduction.
All right. Good morning. My name is Cedric Ngalande. I am Senior Principal Systems Engineer for Raytheon Intelligence and Space. And I'm also an adjunct professor at University of California State University in Los Angeles. I've also been involved in research and academia quite a bit.
No, before you pass over, you seem to have answered one of the most difficult questions previously of what's the difference between a rocket and a...
Okay, yeah, so this is it's a joke we had over lunch. What's the difference between a rocket and a missile if both are using solid propellant? If we had time, I would ask people to try and answer it, but the answer is it's the same thing. So a missile is when you take a rocket and point it at something. So that's why space industry is very much related to defense, because there's that nexus there.
I was highlighting this because we have our team from Malawi Defense Forces here, so it's important that we know that. Okay, thank you, Kevin. Over to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Kevin Eisenhower. I am a regulatory engineer at Intelsat. My main field where I focus on is spectrum policy and regulatory affairs as well. I'm very happy to be here to participate in this panel to discuss the key issues relating to space, but also how government of Malawi can actually collaborate with other entities to actually build the space capabilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin. We go online now. Over to you, Tale Brisbane. A minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And my name is Tarek Brisby. I serve with SES in a legal and regulatory capacity, where I support government policy and regulatory affairs activities across the Asia-Pacific region, and also in the African context as well. I should thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this panel discussion with respect to how governments can coordinate the utilization of assets in space with operators such as SES, with which we have extensive experience, as I had hoped the presentation in the session just before now would have been able to illustrate. Thank you again.
Thank you, Tare Brisbane. Finally, but not least, Bashir Patel.
Good morning, moderator, and good morning to all the panelists and all the colleagues who are listening in, both physically as well as virtually. Basically, I'm a senior advisor to various both governments as well as regulators, and also I work largely with Inmarsat in terms of the Inmarsat systems and policy, regulation, spectrum management, and so on. My activities stem across really both ITU, IMO, and ICAO. So I'm trying to deal with lots of different regulations covering land, sea, and air. So let's have an interesting dialogue of how we can take Malawi forward into the space agency. One of my other aspects is Commonwealth. I've been actively involved with Commonwealth over the years, and clearly I think Malawi is a strong proponent of the Commonwealth and the Commonwealth Telecommunication Organization, which I know has done lots of capacity building courses in Malawi. My last visit there, we had the Rural Connectivity Conference in Malawi, in Longge. So I look forward to anyway having a very fruitful discussion over the panel.
Thank you so much. May we have a timekeeper? So Christopher, I would like you to signal to us if we are remaining with 10 minutes, okay? We're supposed to have 1 hour, and you calculate how much we may have consumed. You do that kind of reconstruction and tell us if we will be 10 minutes close to end of business. But at the moment, I would like to highlight that the theme of our panel discussion here is to see how government, and by government, we refer both from the headquarters, but also from the people. As a democratic dispensation, the people are the government. So as we are gathered here, this is the government. What or how can the government collaborate with industry, and you are the industry, amidst the regulators, amidst researchers and academicians, amidst the scientists and engineers? How can we collaborate to ensure the theme of this year's space conference, which says exploring space resources for Malawi 2063. Now the question is, what is Malawi 2063? So I'll give a small brief for that one to prepare you, because I'll be asking individual questions based on that. Malawi 2063 is the national development blueprint in Malawi, which of course, somehow also is cascaded from the Agenda 2063 of the African Union, and which also, summarizes the aspirations of Malawians, the government. In there are 3 pillars. Pillar number 1 is agriculture. So please write down agriculture, because I'll be asking what is it in agriculture that satellite or space resources can support to accelerate what we call knowledge-based, innovation-led economy, so that eventually we begin to reap. So that's number 1. The first pillar is agriculture, including agriculture productivity and commercialization. So this is within the single first pillar. The second pillar in Malawi 2063 is industrialization. So what is it from your industry, background. Which industries can quickly, exploit space resources in order that Malawi can, quickly begin to get the low-hanging fruits, but also get some quick wins to accelerate its economic development. As I said, knowledge-based and innovation-led economy for self-worth, but also wealth creation of Malawians, the government as we are here. The third pillar and the last pillar is urbanization. When you hear the word urbanization, cities, smart cities know that. How can these leverage and exploit space resources for quick benefits? There's a reason why I'm highlighting these three pillars, because 2 days ago, when the conference was being launched, we heard from the board chair of the regulator or the authority making a plea that whatsoever we do in these 3 days, we should ensure that we are able to focus or to define the focused or specific areas where Malawi can, prioritize a prioritized list of what we can, begin to use to exploit space resources. So what is it? Reflecting on the National Development Agenda, but also to define which areas are quick wins. I remember, I think is London or Bashir continuously mentioned something in agriculture. We want you to come out strong around that eventually. And secondly, the board chair of the authority did highlight the need for human capital development. In other words, skills, trainings, education. And in our national development blueprint, there are 7 enablers after the 3 pillars. The 5th enabler is human capital development. And both human capital development and industrialization as a pillar, they are anchored on the okay, so she's distributing. I do not need a pad, but you can share pads across. Yes, it's very important. Yeah, so the second pillar, industrialization, and the 5th enabler, which is human capital development, these have an anchor of research, science, technology, and innovation. How do you link this to industry, to space resources, so that at least there is a pipeline, a continuum, a framework where the space resources can be exploited methodically, not haphazardly, not emotionally, but in a method which is acceptable internationally. That's why we have here the benchmarking situation, including a discussion of the space agency establishment, Malawi Space Agency. And lastly, the board chair highlighted point number 3, which said we are pleading for and we are praying for strategic partnerships. What do you promise? We have Raytheon, intelligence and space. What is it that you promise? We have Intersat. What is it that you promise as a strategic partner to the government of Malawi? In what area? And we have okay, so global satellite, association, with Rainden, and then we have Chimango, who has done his work, research, and practice in data-related science applied to applied to Earth observation, exactly, Earth observation, but also which has linkages to mining, correct, and the related, aspects, GIS, but also the other aspects which he has lighted. So this is what kind of we want to immediately see if we can have on record quick strategic partners. The Honorable Minister did commit regulation around all this and also to move with everyone in that regard. And therefore, since that you've been taking notes, I will start with the online participants. I will ask Taleb Brisbane, because in your presentations already you heard about services. Which ones between agriculture, industry, urbanization you think could be a quick win for Malawi? And can you expand on that? As a space resource, to support any of these pillars. Which one? Tale Brisbane. Your timing is between 1 to 2 minutes. Tale Brisbane.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I think, given the time constraints, perhaps the focus here would be to describe the applications from satellite technologies to the activities that are already significantly developed and ongoing in the Malawian economy, as it concerns, firstly, agriculture, and secondly, as it concerns mining. With respect to agriculture, I think that there are significant benefits that can be derived from relying on satellite technologies. The fiber network in many African countries is very underdeveloped, as we know. There are significant elements of the population which live, beyond its reach. From an agricultural standpoint, SES has had partnerships, for instance, with Intelsat, a global service provider across the African continent. And one area where the benefits could be immediate is innovation in farming, where, for instance, with respect to one particular company, enterprise, in Kenya, an agricultural technology company enabling farmers with customized solutions, we see that smart farming is a necessity for adapting to climate change and increasing farming productivity. It works by integrating data and analytics with practical crop science. So when you have data on thousands of farms collected every 5 days or thereabouts, the algorithms from this company are used to highlight problems concerning the growth in crops, and as a consequence, provides insight on areas that need chemical soil analysis, for instance. And what we've done from a satellite operator standpoint, in partnership with this service provider I described, Intelsat, is that we deliver the high throughput and fast internet speeds that the service provider on the ground in Kenya needs to ensure timely decisions. So their technology, in fact, provides constant monitoring of farm sensors and the analysis of satellite-enabled farm imaging and other customized inputs. On the other hand, regarding mining, which is also a large potential activity in the Malawian context, halfway through the presentation I was delivering earlier, I was describing the challenges associated with mining, the vision for digitization. And if we take, for instance, a case study, which is actually very similar in another African country to where we have supported connecting really the world's first purpose-built, fully automated sub-level cave gold mine. We have there, in Mali, to be precise, the need for full automation required for both high bandwidth and low latency communications, where fiber optics were being deployed throughout the mine, but there was no connectivity out of the site. And so what the satellites bring, the solution is, for instance, SES's fiber-like service through our O3b medium Earth orbit constellation, which extends the high-capacity fiber network to the rest of the world. So in fact, the outcome is you provide connectivity for automated machinery, data connectivity, and very high-speed communications, which are cloud-enabled, enhancing safety and productivity. The return on this automation investment at the particular mine in question in Mali was outstanding. You literally had a return of investment to the tune of about 26 times the original automation investment, in the region of so many millions of dollars, for the sake of confidentiality. But these are the two areas, given the time constraints, that perhaps I would focus on, and for which the Malawian economy can benefit very quickly, low-hanging fruits, to use your terms, Mr. Chairman, in partnering with satellite operators such as SES. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. SES has offer themselves as a strategic partner, but also they have unveiled two major applications, mining and agriculture. And in his submission, attorney at law, Tale Brisbane, who is also speaking with authority in the engineering terms and deployment terms, has cited Intelsat, but also has used, so I'll be inviting, Kevin Eisenhower from Intelsat to, corroborate what he has spoken, because Intelsat has been cited in there. But also I'll be inviting Chimango, who has been put on the spotlight based on the work that they're doing, both in agriculture, in mining, on data, analytics, visualization, and related aspects to make sense of foresight data and the insights which are very useful. In other words, bring on board all the, experts in terms of mining. So I'll start with Kevin. Then after Kevin, you will come to you, Chimango, and then I will reserve the two of you here and Bashir for some aspects later. Thank you. Over to you, Kevin.
Thank you very much, moderator.
And Kevin, before you
Yes.
just write in, I would like to say that all of us as an audience, we will participate. When Dr. Christopher Luanga, when he will flag 10 minutes prior to completion, I would like that 10 minutes to be your time where you engage these panelists. They cannot speak and go, off the cuff without being interrogated. So please prepare some engaging questions for seeking clarity and making sure that at least we all have resolved to some specific direction. Over to you, Kevin.
Thank you very much. And thank you to Tare for this very good kickoff and introducing the services provided by SES, but also the collaboration with Intelsat. These two big satellite operators provide a lot of different connectivity solutions and cover Africa, like was presented by Patrick yesterday from SES as well. They have 10 satellites covering Africa. We have about 15 that provide capacity all over Africa. The solutions that were provided or detailed by Tare are indeed key solutions that are provided through the connectivity provided by satellites. So the main assets provided by satellite or by Intelsat, for example, will be to provide this remote connectivity to sites that are not connected. We mentioned agriculture and mining because, as we know, these are often businesses that are undertaken away from any infrastructure. So what you will have is basically deploying those VSATs, and with partnerships such as with key companies like Intelsat, you would be able to get secure connectivity to that site. And then with that connectivity, you enable a lot different applications. For mining all your data, you will need to communicate with your main business and connect to different mining sites. So that connectivity will enable that. For agriculture, all that data to monitor your crops and to monitor weather, smart agriculture is also a key benefactor from that connectivity that we provide. Now, in addition to that, we also been working with many mobile operators in the region. As you all know, mobile operators have coverage needs that they can't really abide to if they don't use satellite to expand those coverages because infrastructure might be lacking. So we provide these sort of cooperations with these mobile operators to extend these coverages. And what that enables is for small towns, villages to be connected through satellite backhauling. And then the mobile operators would then distribute in the area the connectivity to the end user. What we've done is with Africa Mobile Network to deploy over 3,000 help connect 3,000 base stations all over Africa to enable this connectivity away. So what is the benefit for that? Well, we have a community that's now connected to internet. So as you know, internet provides a source of knowledge that's really from around the world. So you can actually teach yourself a lot of things. So for education, this is e-education is actually one of the biggest, I think, assets that connectivity brings to these remote populations, but as well as connections to their loved ones and their families. So For us, I think these are the main benefits as a connectivity provider as Intelsat. So we'd love to continue to exchange with Malawi on this topic. Thank
All
you.
right, so Intelsat is committing to be a strategic partner, and over and beyond agriculture and mining, they have added human capital development, which is education, particularly e-education or e-learning, and the possibility to provide connectivity. Malawi has over 8,000 schools and 6.5 million learners, primarily in secondary. And most of these could be wired by fiber, but there are places, as Tale Brisbane did mention, that which could not be wired, using fiber. And then you would use satellites to make sure that all those pockets which would not be reached are propagated and connected using satellite provision. In the panel where we are here, we are supposed also to have OneWeb from the UK. The OneWeb already expressed interest to to provide the same, and we have seen also SpaceX 2-3 days ago receiving a licensing allowing the same to provide connectivity, and these are the kind of aspects which we are seeing. And thank you, Kevin, for that. Now on the data, it's not exciting to have infrastructure which are like white elephants. Then we talk about them and there's no use at all. But the use comes in when the data is properly, known, either put in the proper land, data lakes, architectures, warehouse, and then processed for information, which even as a policymaker, the government would be able to make decisions either in real time or quasi real time, authentic data, which is verifiable. Over to you, Chimango.
Thank you very much. 808 Computing has done several research in various fields that benefit from Earth observation and the current state of the open data community. We've been able to observe the rhythms within the Lake Jira grows and shrinks, and being able to also observe various agricultural, even forest management projects from space technologies. So we have an experience with such technologies, such that we have seen areas with which it's leverageable. So as you pointed out, agriculture and industry, key factors that are important in the Vision 2063. And Earth observation offers promises in both these sectors, particularly in agriculture, where it's been mentioned that the growth and development of various plants can be observed. Even water stress, pests and diseases can be monitored at scale using space technologies. So the leverage is infinite in as far as these applications are concerned, including industry, where energy sources is a critical priority for a country like Malawi. Earth observation offers opportunities to assess viability of solar power plants, considering climate change shift of energy choices across the globe. There are various challenges, and I must point out that the technology is making tremendous progress, and there is always leaps that have been taken. However, one of the challenges is under human capital development, where knowledge of these potentials is not made available to many stakeholders, some of which might be very relevant in propelling the cause forward. So government and education institutions need to take an active role in promoting Earth observation research within the country, because it is evident that Malawi's position would be most leverageable if we focus on data currently and leveraging the current state of the technologies, such that this can this can give us a push to progress into being able to build our own satellite systems hardware. So 808 computing has reduced time to science by shifting costs of operations in enterprise setups to most things that are critical other than the workflows themselves. So building cloud optimized systems that analyze and report the data in real time, showing the relevant data to the stakeholders, say for instance, a farm owner, is very important because it reduces the time they had to visit their site and use conventional ways of measuring their progress. So there is a lot of opportunity in the field where maybe Intelsat and other partners can be able to mount other sensors on satellites and be able to assist with various data sources. Thank you very much.
No, before you leave, you have included on what we have been part. I think agriculture is coming up to be top. If you do sense making, you see that it is becoming bigger and bigger. But you have added green transition. So where you're looking at the green economy and the utilization of space resources to look at the green energy, for example, solar and related aspects, mapping of the viabilities of the same and few other aspects. But also you have highlighted the need for human capital development, that many who maybe have the capabilities not know how to apply that for space use. And that one, it will be taken by Dr. Cedric Ngalande, as he will speak on what he has prepared after taking notes of what we've been talking about. I would like you, in addition, to suggest to us how we can build human capital, or a skilled set team which can take this forward even before we set up a space agency in Malawi, because we might be saying, okay, until we have a space agency set up, then we begin to work. Maybe certain things can happen even before that happens. And those things as they're happening, they can induce quick delivery of a space agency and therefore a space program, given some policy strategies, statutes in place, okay? So you'll be looking at that. But I would like to ask you one question. The kind of space resources which you were using, did you partner with Intelsat, Inmarsat, GSOA, SES, or you were using open resources? And did you have any challenges and that which you think that the partners who are here can solve?
Thank you very much. We have used various sources of data, ranging from government provided data, open source data, as you have mentioned, as well as proprietary imagery for some projects from providers like Maxar and Planet Labs. We have not worked with Intelsat or GSOA, as most of the work we have done has been analyzing already collected data sources. One of the key challenges that is plaguing Earth systems research is monitoring high resolution imagery, because most of the important use cases in Earth observation can be leveraged faster, better, and cheaper if high resolution imagery was made available at scale to multiple providers. I'll give an example of the value that was brought about by the Landsat program when they made their data open source. Initially, they were making about 4.5 billion US dollars, if my numbers are right. But after they released the open, they made the Landsat program open, they realized close to 17, if not 19 billion US dollars. So there is absolute value in making Earth observation data available to researchers, easily available, even if it is proprietary, because currently it's very hard to simply buy one scene of high resolution imagery. So if we could make it possible to have high resolution satellite imagery as a first step to Earth observation, and maybe, as I initially mentioned, be able to have a strategic partnership with both government and private sector in Malawi, together with providers like Intelsat, the GSOA. We feel we'd be able to mount more sophisticated sensors on our satellites that can collect better data, geophysical and otherwise. So I believe we could make progress in that way.
You have now 30 seconds to answer these two questions. Which university or universities are you cooperating with? Because there's a component of research here in Malawi. But also, when you say high resolution, is it 1 meter? Is it 3 meter? Is it 0.5 meter? So that any of these ones can pick it up and say, okay, already we have something like that. What is this high resolution in terms of definite value or finite value?
Yes, collaborated with the MOBAS. Now, yeah.
In full, what is MOBAS? Because Kevin has no idea what MOBAS is. Yes.
That's the Malawi University of Business and Science.
Malawi University of Business and Applied Science.
Yes. So, we have, in my initial work, I was working with the private sector with a company called Akatswiri Mineral Resources Consultant, which has connections with, which has worked with the University of, Malawi University of Business and Applied Science. So on the resolution part, currently the highest resolution open data is Sentinel by ASA. It's at 10-meter resolution. And I believe if as a first step, we start with 3 meter, below 3 meter resolution, that would make good progress forward.
So, yeah, okay, so that's understood. So at least you would like to get 3 meter or less, better resolution in that case. I think given that, we would like to ask Dr. Cedric Ngalande, you have the floor. We have not forgotten you, Bashir Patel, but also Layden here. So we have you, our backbone, you are our backbone. But over to you, Cedric.
Okay, so you want me to specifically start on?
No, first of all, you talk based on reflections of what we have discussed, and then zero in to tell us how can we mount a winning team. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I hope we don't forget the question from the Reserve Bank at some point.
Oh, yeah. Yes. The Reserve Bank one will be taken both by Lending, but also Bashir will resound that one. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I think the speakers, I think, have spoken very well. I think talking about the industry, how the industry can help this project. The difficult, I think, with the industry, the difficult with space specifically, is that as we talked earlier, is that most of the times it touch on defense. So for instance, if you look at American companies, there are restrictions on how they can help a country from, say, maybe outside America or maybe outside the EU because of certain agreements. So I think by the end of the day, we'll have to, do a lion's share of this on our own in the country. Now, I think the key is to find where the interest between the industry and say the space program that's going to be developed in this country, find where those interests intersect. I think it was Milton Friedman, I believe, who said the role of a manager of the company, his main responsibility is to his shareholders. So practically that means they always look for the bottom line. If it doesn't help them, they don't do it. So how do you make the industry feel part of this, that they can actually benefit, especially at the beginning when we are just starting? So I was thinking there are some practical reasons that there are practical steps that can be taken. For instance, we heard 2 days ago from a professor at University of Malawi who said he's been launching rockets for a long time. can industry partner with that? And if they partner with that, what is their advantage in doing that? Is it just corporate responsibility, or they can have some advantages from that? And I think government could step in and say, maybe you're going to have some tax breaks if you support projects that are aimed at enhancing STEM or space specifically in Malawi. Maybe you could have tax breaks. Maybe that could be an added point when you are bidding for contracts, government contracts. So things like those where everybody benefits could, in a long run, I think, develop this scientific culture in Malawi and also help us to fund our own space program. I was thinking, for instance, maybe, I don't know how much money we spend on, say, petrol and diesel every month. Maybe, I don't know, maybe $50 million. If you could put maybe 0.01% of that, add something on that and say this money is going to go into research and development in space or science in general. You find that it's a small amount if you compare with $50 million, but it is enough to help the universities and even the maybe macro and the upcoming space organization. So I see we have to develop our own space industry, and we have to develop it in our own way. And I think it's very unlikely that somebody from outside will help us because of the defense component attached to it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before you take off the microphone, I like it that you've challenged us that this will not take off if we ourselves as sovereign state and Malawians, we do a conference and eventually wait for external, and that was very radical. We like that. External support, it will not happen. After all, they have their own interests. So we should define ourselves. So that's why we're looking at the defining what should we focus on and how can we take off, how can we launch ourselves into space? Because that's what we need to do. So, and you were also interested with Reserve Bank. Reserve Bank right there, the one who asked that question is in charge of the financial intelligence, for example, FYU. And I wanted him to ask a question, how they can benefit from space on the financial issues, financial related, whether it's a digital financial inclusion or anything like that. Can you ask a question around that? Give him a mic, and then I want you to take it up because you have a background also of finance, correct? Yes, you are a businessman also. So you're a businessman, you're a bourgeoisie, and it is important to engage in that way. If you entice Reserve Bank, who knows, they can release a percentage to finance this kind of program. After all, it's the central government bank. Over to you, Director. Let's give him a microphone. After this, we will reserve Lyndon. Lyndon is very wise, calm, collected, and so on. He was looking at that, so he will come and clown certain things. But then Bashir, be ready after this engagement. Online, Bashir, we will be with you. Over to you, Dr. Ziva.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chomola Mikeka and our panelists. Maybe before I proceed, I would like to put a few things into their right perspective, because I've since moved on. I'm no longer with the Financial Intelligence Authority and also the Reserve Bank of Malawi. I'm here from the Malawi School of Government. Our main point of concentration and of course our main interest as far as this conference is concerned is on academia. And also as a center of excellence for the Malawi government, we would like to know what would be our take and where do we actually fit in this conference? And once we exploit all those space resources, what can we do to provide excellent educational resources to the entire public sector. So I think maybe I should come in when the time comes for us to ask questions related to the academia and the human capital development. With your indulgence, sir.
That one again is pended then to the 10 minutes block. Welcome to the School of Government. It's a brand new school which Parliament has just approved last month or so based on an act which established them in 2022. So that's School of Government. In that case, then do you have anything to say in terms of application of satellite for financial thing? Yeah. You still can take up that because I want us to see if we can see an opportunity. I'm raising this because in 2019 and in 2020, Japan's business company called SoftBank, which is both a bank but also a mobile operator, launched its own satellite into the stratosphere. 20,000 kilometers above sea level, and it is managing the banks, the financial transaction, real-time swiftly, that, and it has base stations which support 5G and all other integration. It's called an airborne, space, station, and doing all that. And this is where we are asking about that. Yeah, over to you.
Okay, so I think maybe the data guys may answer more about that, but you could use I believe you could use a lot of for a lot of things that we do, especially the ones that involve data. You could use satellites to enhance that. At the moment, I don't know how many banks we have in Malawi, so I don't know how much we can benefit for that. But probably they could use some of the satellites that are being used for some other things. I don't know if I can.
Oh, that's fine. So I think Bashir will take it up and will add, and also Landon, but I think that's fine for now, because you need a bit more information, I think, to process a response on that. Bashir online. So Bashir Patel, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And can you hear me okay?
Yes, confirmed. You are audible enough.
Maybe this is a little bit better. I put my headset on. Just giving some thoughts here, Chairman, really in terms of the various speakers and the various capabilities that can be offered through using satellite systems. I think what is fundamental here is we have to get to the root of the problem in Malawi. The situation in Malawi is very pressing. We have we have 80% of the population in Malawi in agriculture. 20 million people, of which 80%, that's 16 million people, are in agriculture in rural areas. That's the reality. 4 million are below poverty. And so there is basically, we have an issue of agriculture in terms of food shortages and food security. That is one fundamental problem that has to be addressed. And of course, the level of education we have, which we've gone through, 40% of your population is in education, is relatively very young. You have one teacher for every 75 students in the country. Unbelievable. This is the reality on ground we have to face. And we have to take actions which then overcomes these realities. And how best can we overcome these situations? So there are best practices out there in the world which we need to look at and then customize them for Malawi situation. Now, give you an example. Malawi is no different from countries and some of the states in, for example, like Bangladesh or Kerala in southern India. Bangladesh had this Grameen, the man who came up with Grameen microfinance scheme, microcredit scheme, micro enterprises in rural communities in Bangladesh. Today, there isn't many people, he's taken people out of poverty. And people are much more happier with an income stream where their self-sustenance and agriculture is growing, and they're exporting products. So there are examples in southern India, in Kerala, where I actually went there myself to see the whole program. There's a program called Aksari program. Kerala is the size of Malawi in terms of population. In fact, it's 30 million people. One person in every single household in Kerala is trained on computers, is educated on computers. Okay. Now, the way that actually came about was through a public-private partnership program. So what we had was, for example, Tata Consultancy, together with the government, opened a number of centers around the state and had everybody within the vicinity of that center, one person per household, trained on operating a computer. So we have a situation where we have communities in rural areas which are happy villages. And why are they happy? Because the woman works half a day, 3 hours every morning, and she's paid $1 per hour. Now, that's $15 in a week she earns, which is a supplementary income. And all she did was she was trained 15 hours on how to operate a computer and do data entry. Now, these are records, insurance companies, court records, government records are all put on digitalized on a platform. So Tata Consultancy had cheap labor trained up in rural areas where they were given an income which supported the family while the husband was working on the farm. So when you had a climatic impact where agriculture, you couldn't grow things, you still had some resources, you were taken out of poverty. This is the important thing. So the point I'm making here, Chairman, here is this: we have to be very realistic. Capacity building, human capital capacity building is one of the key sources of getting people out of poverty levels and improving the society as a whole. We've got 80% of the population in rural areas, which we can effectively use and train. We can set up through public-private partnership with the satellite company, with the local enterprises, putting up some training facility centers where we can train the people on ICTs and actually use it very effectively. Let us move forward in putting Malawi and Malawi's population out of this cycle we have of poverty and really making the country develop. And of course, space agencies will have a role to play. We're talking of public-private partnership models, government and private sector working together and using the latest technologies which are affordable to do this. And this is how it's been done. There are examples, many examples I can go through with you in Brazil, in Mexico, in Southern India, in Bangladesh, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bashir Patel. In fact, that reminds me in 2006 of the Grameen Bank, where one of the Nobel laureates who was given after the Grameen Bank managed to train, as you're saying, every woman. I see the farmers farm team here with a satellite phone, and all Bangladesh were able to do that. And when that happened, there was a revolution, and this is what we're talking about. I will now give it to Leinden to reflect and respond to some of these ones. Dr. Luanga has given us 10 minutes. Now is determined to conclude. So this one is reserved and demarcated for you, but we'll give an opportunity to Leinden on GSO, Global Satellite Association, to speak with reflections.
Thank you very much, moderator. The Global Satellite Operators Association, as I indicated on the first day of the conference, is an industry association comprising 29 of the major satellite operators across the globe. Our focus is to provide policy and regulatory advice to governments and to regulators. So this is where we feel that we can provide support to Malawi, in that we can give you best practices, both in the policy field and in the regulatory field, and support you going forward on this very important journey. I think, as we have heard over the last 2 days, space or satellite communication is a very wide field. And what we need to do is to identify the priorities. What do we want to do? When do we want to do them? And how are we going to do them? We've heard issues of Earth observation, using satellites for agriculture, very important. We know there is a rural connectivity challenge. We need to address this. We have heard of the human capital development challenges, e-education. Satellite has the potential to address all of these. I think the Malawi 2063 vision is a good starting point, but we need to build on that. Let's identify our priorities, when we are going to do it, how we are going to do it. We heard yesterday from Bashir, Malawi does not need to launch a satellite immediately. You can buy capacity from existing satellite operators, where you effectively own the transponder on the satellite and you can provide whatever services you want to do. Now, again, approaching GSOA, we have 29 members. We can put out your particular request to a member and see who is best suited to fulfill your needs without you needing to go out on a global request for information or whatever the case might be. But step number one, what are the priorities in space? When are we going to do it? How are we going to do it? And let us build from there, taking hands together and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rain of the Global Satellite Operators Association, where they are offering themselves as a strategic partner who can also work as a blocker if we define our specific needs or priorities in the space in terms of resources, then obviously a mapping can happen. We have exhausted all the panelists, and each one of them has spoken very well. Let us give them a big hand for all of them. A big hand for the panelists. I now would like to ask you to ask a specific question, brief and directed to any one of them. Mention their names. Here's Chimango, Lyndon, Kevin, Cedric. On air is Bashir, but also Brisbane, Tare Brisbane. So you can direct. I would like to request our ladies, please get the microphones and direct them to those who are raising their questions. Yeah. And then I would like Christopher to stop us when you have to stop us, okay? You are the block. So make sure that if we have to conclude, we have to, but otherwise this is an opportunity. I see many hands. It means that we need to have an engagement. And I hope that we have rapporteurs taking note of this, apart from the record which we have for furtherance of the strong recommendations, for example, made by Lyndon in terms of way ahead. Over to you. You have the floor.
Yeah. Good morning. My name is Emmanuel Banda. I'm coming from Noble Agriculture Technologies. My question goes to Intelsat and GSO. It is vivid evidence that for Malawi to move into space, the youth will be the movers and shakers of harnessing this technology. I just wanted to ask you, Intelsat and GSO, do you have a provision? For example, we are into agricultural technologies. We do a lot of remote sensing, and also we do a lot of IoT. But most of our sites are in remote areas where there's no coverage from the network. do you have a space for startups who are trying to capitalize on space that you can give them a portion? We don't send a lot of data. It's just some bytes per day. Do you have that portion to allow us to use your infrastructure, but on that basis that we cannot afford your big invoices, but for a start, do you have a portion for us to use your space infrastructure?
Thank you. Thanks. That was very clear, very clear. It will be taken by both Kevin and Landon. Next question. Before we go, I want to ask you, Tim, Derek and Charles, Christopher, how much time shall we give for this? We want you to be definite. Thank you so much. We need leader quality engagement, I think. So 15 minutes is granted. So yes, you have the floor. Introduce yourself and your question directed to a panelist.
All right, my name is Arthur King. I am a space enthusiast, I should say. So my question really, it's not really a question, but just a comment. Let's call a spade a spade. Our problem is not with the GSOA or Intelsat. These people, they know how to do their job. But our job as a country has to go to the people who are in the office, who are about to run this space agency in Malawi. Because as a space agency, it will be added to another list of statutory corporations, which are obviously run by the same people. Over and over, we just have to recycle them. So my comment is, for this to work excellently and profitably, so that even our young generation who are coming up and learning more about space, they have to actively get involved in this. We have to do these three options, of which I have discovered they can be profitable.
Yeah, so you list those three, 1, 2, 3, so that at least we give space to others, but we appreciate your contribution. So proceed, yeah.
Okay, number one, we have to, as a country, privatize that Malawi National Space Agency.
That should be made not public, but private, okay? Second?
Private, yes, for the sake of productivity, yes. Secondly, as MACRA or as the space agency which is supposed to be established, it should be as a gateway where so that the startups, the upcoming technological companies which are here in Malawi, they should have either funding or they should get social networks from people who can actively or directly connect with people like Intelsat or the Starlink, where they can learn intellectual capabilities on how to run those things. Because in general...
No, that one is understood. So if really it's under human capital, training, and offer and linkages through them as a blocker. Lyndon already offered to that. So simply go to number 3.
Okay, the last point might be the issue of human capital mobilization. If we can give a higher percentage or higher power to the private organizations, mainly the private sector of that space agency, to accumulate or mobilize human resource capital starting from the ground up, that can work. Because let me give an example of myself.
No, you'll not give examples because we don't have much time, but when you say ground up, what is this ground? Who are these?
From the ground up, I mean, it shouldn't be precipitated.
Okay, so bottom up, okay.
Yes, from the bottom up.
Okay, fine. So power to the people. So now that's you've made your point, and since it's not a question, you are raising comments. I think those will be considered by the organizers, but any of the panelists can comment also, okay, on your comment. So that will be allowed, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, so thank you so much for having that space. So give the microphone to the other. And I'm informed that the space, yeah, you can give the mic. Enthusiasts, you have created your own WhatsApp group. How many are you? Just let us know. Okay, so I'm told that you have WhatsApp. We want to have more information. Yes.
Okay. I'm Manas Ripuga, coming from Igodesh, and I'm a student at Lyon Technical doing motor vehicle engineering. Actually, I have a question. My question is going to the government and all the people who are able to partnership with the government. Actually, my question is on automobile industry. As of now, as we can see, we have the fuel scarcity. What is the government doing on the fuel scarcity? Because when you can look in other countries, other people are inventing.
Excuse me, you have, I like it that you're able to transmit audibly enough, but the question is also very relevant and it is timely, but I think misplaced because it is not speaking directly on space. I think, do you want to link the automobile?
Yeah, I'll go there.
Yeah, so
I'll go there.
If you go there so that at least the time is limited, so you just go.
Yeah, okay. Actually, my point was that as Macra and Minister of Transport, you can make a partnership. Maybe there are other youths in the technical schools, they can invent things like, I have an example, technical, someone invented a car used to drive using methanol. So as a government, Macra and the Minister of Transport, you can come up with those students to bring up something. Because as of now, with the free scarcity, the country can move. As of now, everybody like here, for he to move, needs the cars. So,
okay, so
that was my question. What are you doing as the government?
No, for that one, come to my office directly, okay?
Thank you.
I am Chomora Mikeka. Come to my office directly. We'll solve that one because it's a
Hello. Hello, am I audible?
And he is particularly interested to see how we can use satellite to map that. I think that can be taken by any of the panelists. Over to you, Macra Derek Kondwani.
Yes, there's a hand from online participants, so maybe we can take one question as well.
Yes.
There's a hand from Mr. Chisomo Daka.
Okay, so we are giving a platform to Chisomo Daka, Chief Executive Officer of Daka Space Technologies, Malawi. Over to you and be very brief, and we have given you the forum.
Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes, big one received.
Thank you. So I'll just go straight to the point. I really love the fact that there's room for PPP. And my question is that how will Macra and the government position themselves that they make enabling regulations and policies that leverages establishment of fruitful PPPs, especially for startups like Daka Space Technologies in Malawi? Thank you.
This is similar to the one which was asked from the agriculture, and I think you can respond. But Macra, also feel free if you'd like to come in on behalf of government. Okay, yes. How many more hands I should see? Because we now want to terminate, so that's the last one. Okay, 1, 2. Is there any lady? We have not received a question from lady. I cannot close unless we have an intervention from ladies. So one lady should commit and prepare for this. Yes, introduce yourself.
My name is Wes Lukere, a lecturer at MIM, Malawi Institute of Management, which is actually transforming to Malawi School of Government. And I'm also the managing director and lead consultant in cybersecurity at CyberSoftwareNet, my own company. So the issue that I'm bringing here is trying to target on the issue of imagery in terms of security and versus the space. Who would be able to manage the space, like in terms of assuring that there's that security, nobody has to have access, probably to be able to eavesdrop or see what actually people are doing down there because of the issue of imagery, as you're saying, that it would be precise, it would be able to even see some actually objects that are moving, or probably someone else doing something else. So in terms of privacy, how does that actually balance? That's on privacy aspect, and also access. What about the military? Are they involved in this management of the space, or it's only the technocrats? Thank you.
Thank you. So he's on data protection when it is captured. He is well known for doing penetration tests, cyber security aspects, and CyberSoftwareNet. Yes, and then one lady who yes, I'm so happy. Give them a microphone, so they will be the last to pick up. I see, but yes, come over. Our panelists, I hope that we are taking note of all these. Yeah, but it's important, so we respect. Yes, over.
All right. My name is Kasim Asedi. 65. My question was, what's your impact on job opportunities due to this development? And the other one is, who is going to be in charge of the whole development when it comes to Malawi? Are we going to use you as subcontracts, or it's going to be run by Malawian government? And the other thing I wanted to know, for people in rural areas who cannot understand the whole process, how are you going to make them understand? And the final thing was, I wanted to be clarified on, suppose we have the space
computing. We talked about cloud computing, but yesterday I was reading that there's a new form of storing data that is better
and any of us can take up the panelists. And since the first were highlighted, it was both Intersat, Kevin, but also Leinden.
climate change. But certainly you can monitor crops, you can monitor the level of rivers, dams, lakes, and so on, and that would then allow others to take the corrective action that they may be. Let me pause there and give the other panelists an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Lyndon. Over to Kevin.
Thank you very much. And thank you for Lyndon for already answering a lot of the different questions. And I wanted to come back to the first question, I think, on startups harnessing in remote areas, the use of satellite connectivity. Just to give you an example as to what Intelsat does is partnerships with impacted, of course, by the capacity, but will be set by the national operator. Then Bashir available today for this. We are actually working on solutions for rural connectivity and recommendation at the African Telecommunications Connectivity Solutions. And of course, satellite is one of the key topics that's discussed under this group. Points that was raised on the know-how, how to build capacity for nationally for space. And throughout the presentation of this week, I think there were some very good examples on this. We've seen Angola, for example, talking about their project, their satellite project, and their second satellite that was just launched into space. And we had this amazing presentation from Dr. Joao, and you can see that they have now building their own capacity to deal with the control of their own satellite nationally. There was a transition to this. This did not happen overnight. And as mentioned, there was a lot of collaboration with other administrations or governmental entities that have a lot of know-how. So what we're doing here is, and there's a transition to all this. Now there also, I heard questions from academia. At the university level, for me, it's important that space, if it becomes a real national program, that it should be enhanced there and highlighted with projects such as CubeSat project we've seen, or even partnerships with international universities. I've heard people going to the US in some universities, and also to Japan yourself. Moderator, so that's impressive, and I think that those partnerships should be enhanced, and of course, as discussion and further collaboration with you. Thank you very much.
Now, time is up. I will request the rest of them 30 seconds or somewhere there. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted to touch on the question of privacy. There's a reason space technology is used for spying. Privacy that's got to be lost, and has said that most of these things will be discussed within the context of maybe government and stakeholders to develop space policy. But there are certainly some things that you cannot do anything about it. In terms of building capacity, I think local universities, I think should as Kevin has said, should do a lot about that, because as I said earlier, mechanical engineering, civil engineering, physics, all these things are space workers. They just probably need a little bit of short courses to just reorient them.
Folk know the shapefile to other data storage mechanism. So if the fiber will be mainstreamed as a data storage mechanism, I believe data will be stored easy if it is OGC compatible, because other systems kind of depend on the connectivity of our spatial data assets. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that's one within Malawi, and let's build the teams. These are the people we're talking about. Over to you, Bashir. Just a moment. We have Bashir and Tali, 30 seconds each, 1 minute. Bashir, 30 seconds precisely, and then Tali. Tali, are you ready? If Bashir is not available. Tali, please. Confirm on the console if we have these two online, otherwise we are concluding. So we have failed to get that. I would like to thank you all. Let's give a big hand to the panelists, as I would like to. Dismiss us from there. Over to you.
You could have ably done that, moderator, but it's fine. You may resume your seats, and thank you so much for the wonderful session. It's been really interactive and really lively. Thank you so much. Give them a very big round of applause. All right, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen and all participants, we now need a healthy break. We've been here for some hours. We need to have our healthy break. As I had earlier indicated, there's a cancellation of one of the presentations, but remember we had a presentation that we had paused because we had technical glitches. When we resume after the healthy break, that will be the very first presentation. He will have to wind up the presentation, have a Q&A session, and then the rest of the other presentation, 5G base station using space technology by Christopher Luwanga, and Bashir Patel's presentation should be ably being handled after the healthy break. We've been instructed to at least wind up in time, and we are trying so hard to race against time. So we go for a healthy break. It's supposed to take us 30 or less minutes. If we could do it in 20 minutes, the better. When we resume, we'll go back to Terry's presentation. So let's have our 20 minutes healthy break and get back in time. Thank you.
I'll be available. It's Patel, Mr. Patel, Mr. B. Patel.
Ask him what kind of work they do there.
Bashir, Bashir. It's IG5. Correct.
All right, hello and welcome back. I hope we enjoyed our mini break, though we took longer than we anticipated. We had cut short Tara's online presentation because we're facing a number of technical glitches, which I am sure and hopeful and positive that have been rectified, and we're going to have a smooth ride moving forward. Is Tara online now? Are you there?
Yes.
And ready?
Indeed. I am online and ready.
Okay. Can we do the last 30 minutes of your presentation? Is 30 minutes adequate? Or can you do anything in line with the 30 minutes that we are allocating?
Yes, certainly. I will try and wrap up in that time frame.
We hope we won't have any difficulties. So I'll hand you over the floor for the next 30 minutes to 12:30, and from there we'll have a 10-minute session of questions and answers. That's all right with you?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, then you may proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And we had, just before the panel discussion, been speaking about the digitalization promises of very great things in the mining industry with the slide before you, and to the extent that implementing new innovations does put a strain on existing networks that may already be struggling in remote mining environments, and that having reliable communication services that can cope with the increase in demand for data is vital if one is, to achieve digitization goals, remain competitive, and increase profits. And all of these requirements, I think, is the message that we wish to convey here, can be addressed by a reliable satellite broadband connectivity network. And as a consequence, you will see that, like the mining industry, which has its own evolving vision, the connectivity segment, the space segment, the satellites that we operate, are also evolving to support new applications that will underpin this digital transformation in the mining sector. If we could go to the next slide. I had made reference in the course of the panel discussion to a particular use case, which is really on all fours with the situation in Malawi, where we have been successful in connecting the world's really first purpose-built, fully automated sub-level cave gold mine in Mali, and where, as a consequence of the requirement, for very high bandwidth and low latency communications, in order to enable full automation, there was literally no connectivity as a consequence of the limited nature of the fiber optics that were already being deployed throughout the mine. And so our medium Earth orbit fiber-like service was brought in as a solution to extend that high-capacity fiber network to the rest of the world. And the outcome, which I think is really what we want to focus on here, is the return in the cost of production of gold ores, the savings, as it were, as a consequence of that, investment in automation, and the sheer, magnitude in the return on investment, almost 26 times that particular sum. Likewise, on the next slide, in a similar scenario, albeit out in the Asia Pacific region, in Papua New Guinea, there was likewise a scenario whereby privately owned balloons, that were positioned above, a mine in that country, located in the stratosphere, was effectively relying on dedicated links back to Port Moresby, the capital, whereby microwave links would bounce off the troposphere to provide communications between the mine and the capital. But in the end, between a 2-year period, having evaluated the capabilities of our medium Earth orbit system back in 2015, the solution was actually implemented in 2017, and the outcome, as you'll see on the right-hand side of the slide, according to the company, in their own words, ended up empowering the workforce with the necessary tools to be successful, because ultimately it enabled that workforce in this particular mine to be able to basically stay connected always to the outside environment. On the next slide, and coming back nearer home to the continent, clearly digitization will help what we see here in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, a leading African mining company, through the same high-speed satellite-based connectivity services. As part of an agreement we literally announced just this week, whereby the company in question, Chevron, will provide for the first time SES's medium Earth orbit O3b high throughput and very low latency connectivity services, thereby enabling this company in question to implement new services and applications that will firstly improve worker safety, digitalize their operations, and maximize profitability through increased agility and automation. Mining is not the only area where there are obvious applications with benefits for countries such as Malawi that are looking to utilizing space technologies. You have similar benefits, for instance, in the area. So this is a societal function here, in the area of disaster response and recovery, as we see on the next slide, and the slide that follows, where our solutions, in fact, enable seamless communications with other emergency services and public telephone services, both fixed and mobile. We operate, and offer crisis communication solutions that provide global coverage, transmission capacity that's immediately available, portable satellite equipment, and network infrastructure, which enables rapid deployed connectivity for both internet as well as cloud-based applications for first responders, non-governmental organizations, government agencies, military personnel, peacekeepers, and commercial businesses around the globe. We have added to these solutions a team of experts with proven experience, able to provide crisis connectivity services to leading emergency communications platforms. So in fact, it's apparent that satellite technologies have always been critical for ensuring the resiliency of fixed and mobile broadband networks by delivering rapid network restoration services, whether this is in response to hurricanes, or to earthquakes, to fiber cuts, or even to terrorist attacks. We all recall, it's very fresh in our memories, the national disasters that were declared in the region following the natural event, Cyclone Anna, earlier this year in January, which essentially devastated and rendered inaccessible large portions of territory, not only in Malawi, but principally in neighboring Mozambique. To illustrate how these satellite technologies are able to ameliorate and address, services that have been rendered inaccessible in the event of these disasters. On the next slide, for instance, in Tonga, earlier, in 2020, we're all aware of it was the single largest volcanic underwater event. Tonga's underwater volcano erupted. It caused a break in the main undersea cable, with communications in the country entirely cut off. But more recently, in 2019, the Tonga cable system was also cut, most probably, even though that's to be established, due to a ship's anchor. In this regard, working with one of the principal local mobile network operators, Digicel, they reached out to us to support the restoration of the C-band link to temporarily offer connectivity across the nation. And in this respect, capacity from one of our geostationary assets was used for the immediate disaster recovery response. The outcome really was that the very first international calls after this natural disaster were restored by Digicel, utilizing satellite links from the asset operated by satellite, SES, after the eruption. And so satellite-enabled and scalable IP transit trunk circuits between Tonga, where the disaster occurred, and Fiji, where the restoration vessel was anchored, and the internet hub is also located, continued to be delivered, thereby enabling business critical services and business continuity. Likewise, in neighboring Papua New Guinea, also in the same region, only recently, in September of this year, the country experienced several instances where cable was cut, and this disrupted communication services in the country due to earthquakes. The latest being an earthquake to the region of magnitude of 7.7 on the Richter scale. The solution, which we brought to bear, SES, was that internet service providers and telecom operators in the country, in Papua New Guinea, working with us, were able to upgrade the satellite capacity on our O3B medium Earth orbit network. And so we were able to respond with ground terminals, to these entities that we're partnered with in order to accommodate the upgrade. The outcome was some added capacity, to the tune of about 3.5 gigabits per second on the medium Earth orbit satellites, solely for the operators in Papua New Guinea to be able to rapidly restore high performance communications networks in times of outage. So going forward, on the next slide, if we revert to the scenario in Tonga, which in the space of sort of 3 years, between 2019 to 2022, has suffered not only a cable cut, but also this immense natural disaster with the volcanic eruption. You see that it's necessary, in fact, it's imperative that there is a sustained, resilient solution in place to deal with, hopefully not, such events should they occur in the future. And so in partnership, again, with Digicel, in the interim, as the damaged cables are undergoing repairs, the SES medium of orbit satellite service is really the primary source of connectivity across Tonga. And with the cable fully repaired, all things being equal, it will become a resiliency service to the main cable that connects the island to Tonga Tapa, where the eruption took place. And so that resilient connectivity will in fact protect the Tongan population from future communications interruptions in the event of a natural disaster. But it's not only limited, to the Asia Pacific region. So if we go to other regions, as we see on the next slide, during the Hurricane Ian event, again, quite recently, in September of this year, we, SES, and our partners supported the Amazon Web Service Disaster Response Program by installing an interim broadband connection to a number of community resource sites across Florida, from the Department of Financial Services through to the Fuel Relief Fund, and which ultimately, underscores the reality that when natural disasters strike, these medium Earth orbit enabled satellite communication services that SES offers, in fact, remains some of the most reliable and rapidly deployable high performance connectivity to restore broadband links that communities need in order to get their lives back to normal. We have also, closer to home, on the next slide, had our solutions brought to bear in restoring communications networks by reconnecting them after service disruptions, as you can see here at various locations in Somalia, in Congo, as well as in Madagascar, to address fiber outages, all within the Q3 timeframe, in Q2 to Q3 timeframe in 2017. Having said all that, and if I may digress to the discussions we had at the panel, it was quite obvious that besides the focus on certain applications and sectors like agriculture and mining that could benefit from satellite technologies, there is a fundamental need for an inclusive digital society, which is why the next set of slides, so if we go to the next slide and the slide that follows, we're really looking here at universal connectivity, which we believe, or rather without which, the transformative benefits of a networked digital society, for instance, with respect to e-government, e-health, we had quite a bit about education, e-education. We heard, interventions and questions raised about finance, such as e-banking and e-commerce. All of these benefits and activities will really be limited to only a fortunate few that are connected. So in fact, universal connectivity, which I guess is a fundamental issue here, tends to remain elusive and challenging. And interestingly, it's not only limited to developing countries, but it's also applicable to developed countries for a variety of reasons: economic, social, and even geographic. And this is why governments around the world are really focused on digital inclusion, on bridging the digital divide to ensure that their citizens can fully participate in the digital society of today and tomorrow, and Malawi is no exception. And so the question is really how best to achieve digital inclusion in a timely and cost-effective manner. And this is where satellites, without a doubt, as you will see in the course of a few more slides that follow, help in building digital societies by enabling universal connectivity. Whether it's from the densest urban cores, in referring to the Malawian vision and the plan, reference was made to urbanization in the cities. But at the same time, these satellites are able to enable connectivity to the rural areas, hardest to reach places. So whether it's with regards to direct connectivity, or satellite backhaul, or cloud computing, or even Internet of Things or emergency communications, as we saw with restoring networks following disasters, satellites play a critical role. And on the next slide, we have the first of a number of case studies from, in this instance, Latin America, where we have a partnership with Claro, an operator in Brazil, towards the implementation of the universal service obligations, which the administration through the regulator in that country is looking to implementing. Our partner being a mobile network operator, the third largest of its kind in Brazil, with a market share of some 25% and more than 50 million prepaid customers. We partnered with in order to enable 4G LTE connectivity to unattended locations across Brazil, albeit with the same quality of connectivity that you would experience in urban areas. What we did was effectively share terminals using or relying on our medium Earth orbit low latency satellite system, OPD, thereby allowing Claro, the mobile network operator and partner, to rent satellite links as a leased line, albeit with SES being responsible for all of the hardware investment and operations. And this has worked so well, so outstandingly well, since the contract kicked off several years ago, such that it has now been renewed. And as a consequence, the commercial arm of Claro, Embratel, is able to, going forward, leverage up to 4 gigabits per second of SES's O3B mPower network to extend the high-powered mobile backhaul service to more than 260,000 inhabitants of 8 cities in the Amazon region. For example, basically what it means is Embratel has relied on an increasing amount of SES's satellite services in the past 5 years to fulfill the Brazilian regulator, Anatel's vision of universal service requirements in support of the communities in the Amazon region, which is really the most isolated region in that country. On the slide that follows, we see another kind of partnership, but also supporting government initiatives, where in this instance, we've partnered with a local operator, Teleglobal, to participate in the Universal Service Obligation project, being implemented by the Ministry of Communications and Information Technology, the acronym being BACTI, as it's known, in order to provide broadband internet access and mobile backhaul services to some 150,000 sites in remote parts of the country, relying, importantly, on SES's high throughput SES-12 satellite, which is in this instance located in geostationary orbit. The similarity with the medium Earth orbit satellite, as I indicated at the very start of the presentation, is the reliance on the Ka band spectrum, which is able to enable very high throughputs and the transmission of massive amounts of data. And so in partnership with Teleglobal, we're actually part of the government implementing agency's multi-pronged approach to universal connectivity, involving the palopering of submarine cables, which are supposed to connect the country's major islands, and the interim lease of capacity from the SES-12 satellite, whilst the administration proceeds in constructing and launching its multifunctional satellite in the very near future. Importantly, though, to bring this use case home, this is a project that aims to help bridge the digital divide and bring much needed internet access to, importantly, schools, hospitals, and local government headquarters in rural areas of Indonesia. On the next slide, we see likewise, albeit again back to Latin America, a partnership between SES and the Ministry for ICT in Colombia, where back in 2019, and based on the administration's desire to set out to change the paradigm, which, for the purposes of that vision, was named the digital future that belongs to everyone, in implementing a plan to close the digital divide by ensuring every Colombian has access to broadband connectivity. We, SES, have partnered with a local services provider in red to install, operate, and maintain Wi-Fi hotspots in rural areas across the country. In a nutshell, what this collaboration in implementing the vision of the administration means is that residents of these remote areas are now able to access the internet free of charge from centrally located community access centers, thereby obviously bringing the country closer to fulfilling the administration's pledge of connecting 100% of municipalities in or by the year 2022. And so there are quite a few, as it were, use cases and benefits, that are derived from the operation and applications of satellite services. As we see on the slides that follow, with respect to empowering enterprises, we did mention at the start of the deck the ever-growing demand for connectivity, including in the African continent. The benefits of which are multi-orbit, high throughput capabilities, can be brought to bear to support these varied applications, including with respect to fully managed satellite backhaul services, as we see in multiple jurisdictions, very similar to Malawi, such as in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where we are partnered with Gilat Telecom, providing bandwidth to rural areas and extending services beyond cities to the customers of Gilat Telecom, including Orange. Likewise, to half, as it were, of the population in Chad, in West Africa, where in partnership with Tigo, we serve half of those subscribers, and the customers of this particular mobile network operator rely on their network for their very livelihood. Whether it's communications to customers, to suppliers, to weather services, which are critical for success in various industries that Chad is involved with, from oil to agriculture to textile and other industries. And so we actually deliver the full domestic cellular backhaul service, which has been expanding coverage into rural areas for the past over 2 years. We know for a fact, as I indicated in the course of the panel discussion, that the fiber network in many African countries is still underdeveloped, in as much as there is a significant population that is living beyond the reach of this network. On the next slide, which should
So you have how many more slides? 2 or 4?
This is the very last one, in fact. So I think within my 30 minutes time slot. I had made reference to the growing demand for internet connectivity from rural communities, and the partnership that we have had with Intersat, which is still ongoing, and in particular the various aspects, activities that this partnership touches upon, including agriculture, which generated quite a bit of attention and focus in the course of a panel discussion, but which I should reiterate. And I think that at this juncture, with the adage that a picture says 1,000 words, if I can request the link at the top of the slide, if that can be clicked. Otherwise, I can share my screen because I have a 3-minute video to share with you, and which is really illustrative and representative of the benefits that satellite technologies bring, in the area of farming and smart farming, to be precise. So if the link is up, I would suggest to scroll down. There is a video. It's only 3 minutes, but which is really informative, and I think can convey the message a whole lot more than any words I can speak will be able to. Yes, so if you can click on the button here on the smart farming, it's the icon in the upper right hand. Yes, please. And we will need the sound as well. It's quite informative. We'll need the volume.
I will not be able to get sound. Maybe you can share the link from your side. for the video. But are you there? Mr. Barr, are you still online?
Yes, I am online. I hope you were able to project the video to the very end. And if so, that really brings me to the end of the presentation. Let me thank you again very much for the opportunity, for your attention, and I'd be happy to take any questions, should participants have them for me.
Thank you for your great presentation. I would like to open for questions. One aspect which we have seen here clearly is a response to what Airtel had asked regarding mobile backhauling with satellite radio access networks equipment. We've seen that you have presented on a partnership model with integrators and radio access networks equipment vendors, which responds to mobile backhaul and satellites. Any comments or questions to Tale? We also saw the benefits, which included connectivity to schools, hospitals, local government or local councils, and others. Looks like we are very tired and that we are not able to engage you briefly. Shall we defer this to the next presenter? It looks like there are no questions to you, and therefore, Chikondi, I would like you to thank sincerely Brisbane and call upon the next presenter.
All right, thank you very much. Another round of applause. Thank you so much. I, in the interest of time, call upon our next presenter, Christopher Luanga, to come forward for the next presentation. I would want to formally introduce Christopher Luanga. I will do so in just a minute, but as I'm about to introduce him, just to make it a point that after lunch, we will only have one presentation in the afternoon. We thought we couldn't just break now. We are coming from another tea break. We could just brave the next few minutes to have this presentation, after which now we could be able to break for lunch. So I would want to introduce our next presenter. The topic is 5G base stations using space technology. So this should be, or at least I'm informed, is supposed to take approximately only 30 minutes. So from now until somewhere around 5 minutes after 1 o'clock. Christopher Luanga is a space physicist with, that's how you pronounce it? It's so technical. Is it how you pronounce it? Physicist with the hands-on experience in satellite engineering. His most recent space mission involvement is this SCOOB, Scoop 1 satellite that launched to low Earth orbit in 2022. The spacecraft carried a camera and a multispectral sun sensor as payloads. In the project here, he was the electrical power systems engineer, as well as a test engineer. and had some involvement in other subsystems of the spacecraft. After graduating from Kamuzu Academy, our presenter Christopher studied mechanical and aerospace engineering at New York University, Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates and United States. So between 2018 and 2022, he pursued his PhD in space physics at a university in Singapore. It's one of the top universities in Asia and the world. His current mission is to build advanced spacecrafts in Malawi, and that he serves the needs of Malawi and for exports. Yesterday, he refused vehemently to be called doctor. I wasn't sure yet, but Dr. Mikeka insisted and he refused. But I'll introduce to him as a doctor with so much faith. So let me call upon the doctor himself, Christopher Luwanga. Let's give him a very big round of applause as we hand over the floor to him for the 30 or so minutes that he has to do his presentation. So over to you, Doc.
Yeah. All right. Well, hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm really grateful to Macra for inviting me to attend this conference. And in 2018, I wanted to organize a space conference. It didn't happen. So now it's happened. I'm really glad to be here. My presentation is going to be specifically about what we could do in Malawi, what I think we could do in Malawi, from this conference going forward. So the title I realized was about 5G base stations in space, and I did inform them that what I will talk about is actually slightly different. It's going to be more about what can we do, what specific things can we do here. So that's why it's different here. My name is Christopher Luwanga. I am from here, but I thought I'd show where I come from. If it works. If it doesn't work, then it's okay. My presentation is short. If it works. Okay. But this is one use of satellites, right? To be able to travel the world like this, right? This is where I did my primary school. You can see it's some village somewhere in Kasungu, right? That's where I did my primary school. And back in the day, we had nothing. And then from there, I went to Kamuzu Academy from 2007 to 2013. And it was a good experience. And as you are well aware, the education there is pretty good. And then after that, I went abroad for the first time to study at NYU Abu Dhabi, where I was doing mechanical and aerospace engineering. And during that same time, I also spent some time in New York City as part of my aerospace part. Okay, and then currently I am based, so this is in Brooklyn in New York City for my aerospace. And then finally now I'm based in Singapore, where I've been doing my PhD, right? And as you may be aware, Singapore is a pretty interesting place to be for research. So what have I done? From the physics side, what my work is about is broadly classified in this field called space weather, okay? And what usually happens is you have this energy from the sun, okay? So this is the sun that you're seeing here. There's a lot of energy, there's a lot of energy coming from the sun. This could be electromagnetic waves, it could be particles, actual electrons and protons and so forth. These things come toward the earth. Some of those particles and energy is deflected because the earth has a magnetic field, and that magnetic field is able to deflect some of the particles, but it still causes lots of problems around the earth. Okay, some of the problems are highlighted here. If astronauts are exposed to these particles, it's not good for their health. Sometimes the GPS satellites might malfunction. sometimes if you are trying to fly, near the poles, for example, a geomagnetic storm, you have to reroute an airline because it's dangerous, right? So this is space weather that has actual implications here on the ground. And my specific work was, understanding a region called the ionosphere, okay? And I built some machine learning models around that. So for those interested in the research side, you can find my paper, Automatic Spread of Detection Using Deep Learning, in the Journal of Radio Science, okay? During the time that I was doing this research and PhD, I was involved in a satellite project, and that's what I want to share more about, okay? So people have talked a lot about satellites, and I'm aware that not a lot of people maybe have touched or have seen a satellite. And I thought I'd go a little bit in detail as to what is a satellite, right? So every satellite really is composed of the components that are here, okay? Even the really big ones. The difference is in, like, one is, say, 10-watt satellite, another is like 20 kilowatts and so forth, right? So these subsystems here are there in every single satellite. So I want to go quickly just through them because I want to make a point that perhaps you know about these things already. That's the point, okay? So the first one is this thing called attitude determination and control system. This is something that people who make drones also think about. It's about knowing how you're oriented, okay? So you usually use some sun sensors and star trackers and to know where you are, right? So if you're from this, the sun is that side, for example, or that side, I know using sensors, okay? And then you can control where you want to be using what are called actuators, so like reaction wheels, some of the actuators. This is literally just wheel, okay, connected to a motor, okay, which I'm aware electronics people would know about, right? So there's also the comms. Comms it's the same comms that RF people would know about, right? So for example, for this spacecraft mission, we use UHF and S-band for communicating with the satellite, right? So it's the same comms, it's the same, so to say, antennas that we use for other communications here on the ground, and you use similar protocols you use similar techniques for modulation and demodulation and so forth. And then there is a CNDH, which is command and data handling. This is, again, a regular computer that is programmed with software specifically to handle the problem of interfacing with the different components of the spacecraft, right? The structure is just literally the structure you're seeing here. Okay, this is the structure. This is made of aluminum, or aluminum, depending on where you come from. But it's a regular structure, right? And then the power system itself, these are batteries that are in your phone, okay, in some phones. Okay, this is lithium polymer battery and 2 lithium polymer batteries. And then you have a control board there to control the charging and so forth. And then there is propulsion. This is to control your altitude, especially if you're in low Earth orbit, whereby your altitude might you might go down in altitude. So you want to go up, you use thrusters. And sometimes if you're doing interplanetary missions, for example, then the propulsion is very important for you to get where you want to get. And then finally is the payload. What is it that you're actually doing with the satellite, right? In this particular case, we had a multispectral sun sensor, which is not shown here, but there is also a camera here, right? So this is a camera. It's an AudioCam camera that you can get for less than $100. Okay, so this is the communications module. Okay, this is the communications module. This is the antenna. Okay, for us, the one that we launched, it was actually a tape measure antenna, which means literally a metallic tape. Okay, that's what we launched with, and we were able to communicate with the satellite. And then the CNDH, or command and data handling, this is a computer. For those in the electronics industry or computer chip industry would see that this ARM chip, right? So it's an ARM microcontroller, and you build whatever you need around that ARM microcontroller, right? So it's an expensive computer, but built around a very cheap microcontroller. Okay, and then here is just me testing some of the solar panels, because on this satellite, I was the electrical power systems engineer. Okay? And then here just showing some of the other things we needed to do. This is a full 3U CubeSat, okay? These are the solar cells. And in this particular case, I was calibrating the multispectral sun sensor. And if you're just simulating physically, you have a big lamp that simulates the sun. and then you're able to calibrate things. And then here, this is a vibration test, okay? This is something that shakes violently to simulate the forces of the rocket when it is launching your satellite. And also there's a shock, a very large force when you're ejecting from rocket when you're in orbit. So those forces are simulated using a machine of this nature. Then you collect the data and analyze it on a computer. And then here is just the stacks, the different inside, these are different boards handling different things. And then on the right here is just a test for whether the solar cells are working correctly. So what we did there is you know solar cells, they work, you get the sun onto a solar cell, is converted to electrical energy. But in this case, you supply the electrical energy, so to say, or you apply a voltage across the solar cell, and a current is induced, and that makes the solar cell glow. And that glowing can show you the spots where there are issues. So for that particular cell. So this is my satellite involvement. Obviously, there's more, hundreds of pictures and videos. So if anyone is interested in seeing more details, I'll show them, right? But what was the point? The point really was for me to map the skills that were, what I did rather was that I mapped the skills that were required for us to execute on this mission, okay? And what I realized was that the skills that were used were not specifically for just satellites, okay? So RF engineering, control engineering, embedded programming, right? I have talked with people here whose bread and butter is programming microcontrollers. It seems like it's very different, but it's the same stuff, right? Microcontroller is a microcontroller. And like I said, we use an STM32 microcontroller in this case. And then the electrical engineers in the room, there are more skills, but the point is that many skills that are required for building a satellite are not specifically just for satellites, okay? Mission design, obviously that's very specific to satellites, and maybe not many people have done it, right? But many of the other skills, I believe that they are now in this room or in this country at least, that they just need to be deployed onto a satellite project, okay? And this picture is just a thermal vacuum chamber, okay? So thermal vacuum chamber, we try to simulate the environment in space, the coldness and the hotness and the cycling between hot and cold and so forth. So yeah, that's an important thing, right? Like when we talk about capacity building, it's not like you start from scratch and teaching people Ohm's law and so forth, right? Because you know that those things they already have. It's just that now you need to apply these skills to a very specific project with very specific goals, okay? So in particular, if let's say Malawi wanted to go ahead and build its own satellite, I think the important thing is to focus on specific areas where you can be excellent at, right? Because if you're going on a global stage, I feel that it's either we go in a big way or we don't go in at all, If we just do a small thing, then we're not going to reap much value out of it. So we choose a specific area where we think we can do very well, right, on a global stage, and I think that would be what differentiates us. So these are some of the that people have talked about that maybe people understand. Personally, I feel that broadband and internet connectivity are some of the most lucrative, probably the largest, if you do figure it out, probably the largest revenue earned, right? So I'd like to focus just a little bit on that, okay? And initially, that's why my talk was about 5G base stations in space. But the way things are now is that when you're trying to get internet from satellites, there are really two main ways. One is you have to have a separate phone, like this Toraya phone on the left. And this is a low data rate phone. It's a low data rate connection. And obviously you have to have a separate phone in addition to the phone that you have now. And then the other one is using terminals, separate terminals. This could be large or this could be small, as in the case of the newer companies where they've made their antennas or antenna arrays very small. But essentially you still need to buy a separate device that routes the connection to your phone. So these are the main ways that things are done in terms of internet. And now people are looking at 5G from space directly to a mobile device, okay? this is far more lucrative. This is in a way, it's a lot less work on the user, right? Because the user doesn't even know that now I'm talking to a base station in space. They just walk around with the same device that they have, right? So this schematic shows you essentially configuration of how that is being envisioned. You have a satellite up in space, and then that satellite can talk directly to a mobile device. And then of course you need to connect to the rest of the internet, the global internet. So you'll always have some kind of gateway that you connect to you as the satellite operator or telco, right? But the important thing here is that you're connecting directly to a phone, which means that the user, they don't have to buy a separate terminal, they don't have to buy a separate phone. And in the case of Africa, this is important and significant, right? Because the cost of terminals is prohibitive, because one of the major issues with connectivity in Africa is actually the cost of device, the device. So if you are asking them to buy an extra device, it's mostly a no-go. So I feel that this is a great opportunity. Now, the satellites, they have advantages that we all may be aware of already. It's the fact that one satellite is supposed to be able to cover the area of many more base stations, so to say. And of course, on the ground, you've got much less ground infrastructure. And especially in a place where infrastructure is a problem, it's even better to go to space because you don't have to go through this process of getting land, installing fiber. And of course, if the satellite is up in space, it's very hard to be stolen. I mean, if someone does steal it in space, I guess they should get a medal for that because they know something a lot of people don't. So, so I think OPEX will be reduced for telcos. And I personally think that this would be great for telcos as well as the consumers themselves, right? Now, there is a reason this has not been done, right? There is one company now that is pushing very hard for it. It's called AST Space Mobile. And what they have is a large antenna, okay? 64 square meter antenna, okay? And the reason for it is they want very high gain. And in the future, they're intending to do even an even bigger satellite, that is to say 20 meters by 20 meters or something like that, right? So I think the challenge is, can we create an RF front end that allows us to pick up very weak signals from phones? Because regulators generally limit how much energy you can beam out from a phone. And in general, phones are designed to talk to a base station that's a few meters away, or maybe 500 meters away max or something like that, right? For 5G, it's even shorter distance. So how do you get a signal to a satellite that is in low Earth orbit at 500 kilometers or 1,200 kilometers or something like that, right? This is the main challenge, and I think it's an interesting challenge because whoever solves it, I think would be well compensated. And then maybe there's probably need for innovations in the way that we connect to the internet or how network traffic how traffic is routed. As you may be aware, there's the IP protocol is great, but it duplicates things a lot. And one of the things that really enabled society to send music to each other was actually an innovation such as the MP3, right? That allowed you to have a recording that is 30 megabytes, and then you actually only send 3 megabytes. So I think that innovations in these kinds of peripheral areas where you're innovating in how you compress data and how you transfer data would enable this kind of solution, 5G using satellites. And as I mentioned, that if this is something that were to be seriously taken up here and we really got it really good, it would be a money machine for the country. Okay, then actually what could we do now, for example, right? So this is just a snapshot of some of the companies in this particular slice of the companies in the geospatial intelligence, satellite communications, PNT. And as you can see, there are no companies in Africa. That was the point of this chart, right? In other words, there is need. We could really sometimes build satellites just because no one is making satellites, because to some degree, you have to understand that we do it for reasons other than, because sometimes it doesn't make sense to say, why make satellites here when people in America are already making satellites. It's their satellites, right? It's not like you don't grow your maize because your neighbor is growing maize. You're two different people. So I feel that it's important to also realize that there is value in just building satellites or building things that allow us to do real capacity building, right? Because yes, we could buy imagery, I totally agree, right? But you're not gonna set up a space agency to buy imagery. There's no need for this much work just so we can buy imagery. I feel that we have to go in a big way and making satellites and making rockets. These at the country level are things that are really achievable. You know, it's because we're talking country level, right? So I personally am working with a partner in Singapore where we're, you know, in the early stages of setting up this company that we're calling Galamat Aerospace. And the idea is to build spacecraft platforms that are, you know, close to 500% cheaper. And one of the things we're going to be doing is to do design work in a country like Singapore and do the manufacturing or assembly, integration, and testing in a country like Malawi. Okay, and the cost reduction. A large chunk of it, of course, is because of labor. The labor cost is obviously much higher in Singapore than it is here. But you know, the disadvantage or that advantage is reduced because of the logistics of getting things, say, into Malawi and out of Malawi. That would be one of the reasons why perhaps people might not want to assemble here or integrate here. Because as I showed in that earlier slide, the skills, you know, it would take 1-2 years to get some folks here who can put together a satellite. But the other peripheral things, you know, if you went to Shenzhen in China, for example, you can come back with a phone, right? Because all the components are there. You can just get this, get that, and it's already there. So because the ecosystem is not here yet, the advantage in terms of labor cost is kind of somewhat reduced because of that ecosystem. So we're hoping that with these kinds of initiatives, we can create that ecosystem whereby I can still integrate here, but without myself having to order microcontrollers on my own, having to order resistors and so forth on my own, right? So with this company, we're looking to be a contractor for the globe. That is to say, if you're interested in building a satellite, you'd come to us and we would assemble it for you, right? You have already designed, you've already done the other work, pre-assembly, integration, and testing. And you know, assembly, integration, and testing is something that you can set up you know, next week, okay? If you have the money, that is, okay? Because the machines are there. You can order the machines for the vibration machine I showed, the thermal vacuum chamber machine I showed. There are other machines that you can, you know, order right now and train people within 2 months, and they'll be able to do the tests, okay? So this is something that is possible, you know, right as I speak with you right now. So the model that I'm really looking at, or we're looking at with this company is, you know, some of you may be aware of this, but you know that Apple doesn't really make their phones. And what they do is that they contract out to a company such as TSMC to make their chips, that is the computer chips, okay? And they contract out to a company like Foxconn in order for them to leverage both the ecosystem as well as the labor, right? So these are two important elements. Like coming here for labor is great, but if there is no ecosystem, then it's very hard. So people go to manufacture in China and Taiwan because there is that ecosystem plus the much lower labor costs. So this is a model that we're looking at. This is a model that we know has worked in the sense of, you know, making in America is usually very expensive. So if you have a way to make outside of North America and outside of Europe, it usually benefits both the contractor as well as the developer, say, who is based in North America. So this is the model we're looking at, a kind of, you know, partnership where some folks do design work and we do their assembly on a large scale. Okay, and what we're aiming to do is to reduce the time and the cost. And there is no magic to this. It's just that we, you know, a large chunk of the cost of satellites. Now, there might be differences here because I haven't worked on very large satellites, okay? So I'm talking in terms of satellites below 220 kilograms, okay? So, you know, some people might have a different opinion, but for the most part, the cost of the components has gone down by a lot since the satellite industry or the space industry came about, right? So that the cost of hardware is no longer the largest concern, right? It's the engineers you have to pay. Okay? It's the people that have to space qualify your products, right? So you have a regular microprocessor that costs, I don't know, a few cents, but to space qualify it, you have to use facilities and pay the people and so forth. So because labor is such a large component, it's possible to move to a different place and reduce the cost by just doing that. But also we want to reduce the time it takes. So this chart on the left is about time, because we will not be in this development stage, right? The people will have already sort of said done the development work by the time that they come to us, because we're not a satellite designer and developer, so to say. We're just, you give us the blueprint step by step, what you want to get done, or ideally just come to us and tell us, I have a payload, I have this camera, this telescope that I want to put on a spacecraft. You have a platform that could take it up. And so we would be able to reduce that development time because of that. Okay. Now, is it possible in Malawi? I think I've answered the question, but I want to summarize, right? There is value in starting early in every single industry, okay? Because the chip industry in the 1960s, when Intel and AMD were starting up, it's like the chips that they were making, you could go in and using a simple microscope, you could see the transistors. You could see this monolayer of transistors, and you could say, okay, a gate is like that. Right now, if you look at the CPU, it's like a total maze. Okay, you have no idea what's going on. So like the complexity only increases over time. So is it complex? Yes, but it's not going to be less complex 20 years from now, right? So if you really are afraid of complexity, then the best time to start would be now, because this industry, like any other industry, is going to get more complex, and I think it's best to start now. But there really has been a lot of revolutions also in computers, and what we're able to do with algorithms, that I feel that it's, some things that could have taken many months and lots of knowledge to compute, you're able to do now by leveraging computers and developments in algorithms. And then an important thing, of course, is that, the only really the best way to really learn to do anything is to make, okay? Because we can teach one another until eternity how to make satellites and how to make rockets. It will never happen until you actually make, because there's so many little things that you don't, you're not able to teach someone, right? Like the errors that you get. I mean, for people that do programming in the room, I think they'll understand, right? Like if you go to class and someone teaches you programming, it's very nice. But in reality, the number of bugs that you really encounter when you're programming is just impossible to teach or to be taught, right? So I think learning through doing is important. And like I mentioned, that I feel very strongly that the current tech stack is sufficient. It's just that it's deployed in other areas. But I want to give this example here that's on the right here is just a chart of education in the United States of America. So it's secondary school enrollment and graduation rates in the United States of America in the early 1900s, okay? And of course, the 1970s. But what I want to highlight is that in the 1900s, early 1900s, about 10-11% of Americans were graduating from high school, okay? 10 to 11%, and only, 10 to 11% were enrolling into high school, and about 50% of those were actually graduating. And you have to understand that around that time, it's the time that the Wright brothers are, they figured out how to make something fly. It's 1915 is when William E. Boeing was setting up the Boeing company, right? And it's around this time that the Americans had built one of the largest rail networks in the world, right? So they had less, I can say that they had less education than we do now, okay? Because you have to understand there were no computers back then. There was no such thing as electrical engineers per se, or mechanical engineering and aerospace engineers and all that, right? So the skills stack that we have now, okay, is superior to what other people had, that they were able to do much more, right? To build airplanes. Like, can you imagine? Now it's like you can do so much with the computer right now that they just couldn't even do at the time. So I do feel that it's important to realize that yes, we're unskilled relative to some countries, but we're better skilled than other countries were when they were able to do the things that we're interested in doing, the high-tech things, right? And finally, I want to highlight that in the end, it's about long-term value, right? Long term, I think there is something that we as a society want to think about is the fact is that if you want to be a rich country, you have to do rich country things, okay? There are people, obviously, who, I guess there are times where you feel that you cannot play, so to say, with the big boys because you're in this socio-economic or in this economic stratum, right? But we have to understand that rich countries do not make airplanes and computers because they have so much money lying around. They are rich because they make high value things, you know? Because of what they make, because of what they do, that's where their wealth comes from. So every country has problems for sure. Okay? If you walk through the streets of Manhattan in New York, one of the richest islands on the planet, and you see beggars on the street because they're just diminishing returns to eliminating a problem completely, right? So as a country, I think we can, it's not being blind to our problems, but it's understanding that if we have X amount of intellectual capacity, where should we deploy it that would give us the highest return? And going high tech is what generates high value, right? It's like going to a table with a computer instead of a bale of tobacco. That's what I feel would generate significant amounts of value. But also I've talked about being a contractor, for example, for the world, not just my company, but Malawi. You see, if we went full on with being a contractor for the world, okay, that if people think about building satellites, they're built in Malawi, the same way that now when you think about making electronics or phones, you go to Taiwan. If we really went in that direction, then it would be tremendous value in terms of forex into the country. And of course, we want to solve specific problems in Malawi. A lot of folks have talked about agriculture, and I think it's important that we also think about those. But at the same time, we also want to think about what we're trying to replace, say, if we're trying to replace tobacco with, say, the space industry, then the thinking should be, we need to solve not just our problems, but other people's problems, right? Because you get paid for solving someone else's problem. That's how business works, okay? You don't get paid for solving your own problems. So you have to look around the world and say, okay, if we really reduce the cost for making satellites for anybody across the globe, they should come to us. So yes, let's solve our own specific problems, but also let's think globally. Whose problems can we solve as a society? And I feel that satellites, making satellites here and doing high-tech things here would allow us to solve global problems that would create value for ourselves and the globe. That's the end of my presentation. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
I didn't ask you to do that, so you all stand in awe and praise to our youthful Malawian. Let's give glory to them. All stand up. Yeah, thank you. He is challenged that in 2 months we can do what we want. Most of you are students here. Some in your pockets, in your bags, you have single board computers, Raspberry Pi, banana pies. He's shown you. He's flying to space with those banana pies, challenging you. There are professors here. He's saying, yes, you can teach, but don't just teach, make. Because we can teach 20, 40 years, but we'll have nothing. And I liked his radical thinking. He says, if you want to do it, go big, go large scale, or don't do it. So he's saying if we are thinking small about the space program, let's not do it. But if we want to do it, it should be big and large scale. Questions to him? I'm sure that there are so many questions. Ushers and usherless, just help me along to give microphones across because I'll not make it. But I just want to make sure that let's work. The solution which Airtel was asking, how can we have our network connected to satellite or direct satellite, direct to handsets? What he has given, one slide, full solution, and Airtel, you can be a billionaire in the next 4 weeks, if that can happen. And also if you can secure satellite phones. Yes, sir.
Okay, my name is Andrew Namaza. And a final year student doing electronics at University of Malawi. I have a question for you. Okay, I understand the use of sun sensors or the sun trackers on the ADC satellites.
ADC,
but
You go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I just want to know the use of the star trackers. Why having those star trackers, yet we already have the sun trackers that are used, I think, for orienting the solar panels so that they should face the sun, or they should be tracking the sun. What are they doing, the star trackers?
Oh, okay. So because sometimes you're in eclipse, right?
Yeah. So,
So
you okay?
sometimes you're not always on the side. So this is the Earth, right? I mean, this is the sun, and then this is the Earth. So sometimes you're here, close in the sun side, and then other times it's night for the spacecraft. And during the night, you need something to help you orient yourself, and the stars is what you look at.
Thank you. So so you both that's good. So it will be a question and answer immediately, so that at least he can address the things. Second question. Who is the second? Yes, you have the floor, lady. Introduce yourself.
My name is Fanny Kalijiro. I'm from Progressive Secondary School. So I wanted to ask, when the 5G signals coming from space interfere with the already existing cell phone tower signals, hence leading to irregularities such as crosstalk?
Okay.
Interference, those dropping down direct to the handsets, the 5G enabled handsets, and those which are being propagated from the terrestrial 5G network. What is the issue? You are posing a problem to the regulator. How is that going to be solved? Quick answer. Over to you. You are coming from a university or high school?
That's quite a question. But I think the regulator would maybe answer better, because I was asking about whether we get a separate license if we're doing 5G to space, because it's like satellite, but it's also not satellite and so forth. So maybe Derek, you wanna respond?
Please give Derek in charge of Spectrum, Macra, to respond. He's also in charge of licensing. As we are giving a mic to him, I would like to ask for the third intervention. I was fascinated by that format. Yes, third.
All right, thank you. My name is Rare Freeman P. Around Biotechnologies. That's a wonderful presentation, but just a quick question on the 5G technology. There are myths surrounding this kind of technology. So as a physicist, how can you demystify the misconception surrounding the 5G technology, paying attention to ionization as an element cause factor? Thank you.
All right, thank you for your question. This is a topic where it's, the science is for sure, there is consensus that it's not bad for your health. But it's a kind of topic that can have a vast array of opinions despite the science, I guess it's like climate change in the sense that even if the science says something this way, other people always have a different view. So as a physicist, I know that it does not harm you, right? And so when you talk to people, but you gotta understand that people are not necessarily, they don't necessarily think in rational ways, right? So you're a physicist and you have these rational opinions about how the world works and so forth, but that's not the sense that that's not the way that everybody makes decisions. So in general, I feel the regulator is the one that is essentially does the necessary experiments and so forth to make sure the society is protected. And therefore, if the regulator has approved 5G deployments, they would have done the science and the research that ensures people are protected.
On that, just to add that the IEEE Institute of Electrical Engineering institution places the specific absorption rates, the SARs, which define a dosage for everything in the radio spectrum, which Rendon did present and others. Any other radio signal, has potential if in excess in terms of exposure limits is exceeded to harm everyone. So even sometimes you might fear the tower, but the more dangerous could be your own mobile terminal, depending on who manufactured it, and how much power it is transmitting. And it's very close to you. You should fear the mobile terminal much more than a tower, naturally. So you should fear to be in an elevator where there are 16 people or 10 people with mobile phones than to be outside, because then you have created a brood chamber. So there's a lot of things that we are looking at in that. So I'll give it to Lyndon, and then we'll be attracting others.
Thank you very much. Just a further comment on this. There is also an international organization, the International Committee for Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection, ICNIRP, and they also set levels both for workers in the field and for the general population. The World Health Organization also contributes to the work of this organization, and they have set levels which show that the danger to radiation from 5G systems, from communication systems in general, is really very minimal. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Lyndon. Yes, so give it to him. I'm seeing a lot of signals from that bench. Are we limited on time, or we can allow this engagement?
My name
5
is
minutes, yeah.
My name is Thokozani Liati. I'm from the University of Malawi. One of the important areas which you have said is that we should start developing these satellites, right? And then he talked about the size of the antenna, which should be around very, very big, talking about the square area of the antenna, which is an important part because we're interested in the communication for a large gain of the small signals. So my question is it possible if we can trade off the size of the antenna with low orbit satellites? And what could be the drawbacks if we launch a satellite into very low orbit that's close to the Earth? As Dr. Chomwa Mikega said, in another country, they have satellites for banking, this and that. Yeah, because I was saying that because of the cost of launching the satellites, which has a big antenna on the rockets and something else. Yeah.
Thank you, University of Malawi. You want to take up that?
Okay, and so launching, you are asking whether we can launch lower orbits. The satellite that I talked about, for example, the one that's 64 square meters, that is actually going in low Earth orbit. Okay, I mean, you want low Earth orbit because low Earth orbit is you waste less of your energy just because of path loss or just because of distance, right? Just losing energy because of distance. So you would like to be lower. The thing about lower means more satellites. That's the trade-off. As some people in this conference have talked about, if we're talking geostationary, just one satellite covers a third of the Earth, okay, a large chunk of the Earth already. But if you get very low, like 200, some people are going as low as 200 something. Now, you need a lot of satellites, but also it becomes more complex because in very low Earth orbits, you are now in a region where drag makes a significant causes a significant reduction in your mission life, or you might have to have propulsion to get to higher orbits. So the mission becomes a bit more complex. So as a company or as an individual, you do the trade-off to say, okay, what makes sense for me? Should I go very big or should I go smaller and many ones, depending on which you think is less risk and so forth, right? So I wouldn't say that one or the other is better, whether you should go very low or not. Low is good for latency reasons, because geostationary, the latency is much higher than low Earth orbit. So that's one of the major reasons why the new constellations are going the lower orbits.
Yeah, thank you. And in terms of your question, yes, you can design and redesign the antenna, miniaturizing it to make sure that it can be small, but achieve any other functionality that you want it to be. I'll also be giving it to Patrick Musiapo, but just to put on record that you mentioned of a country which has done that, launching it for the applications which I mentioned. His two friends They got scholarship. 3 people got scholarships to go to Japan, Kyushu Tech University. And he decided to go to the other places I mentioned, at Abu Dhabi and Singapore. The 2 who went to Japan and are back were Ugandans. They're the ones who have built the CubeSat satellite, which has been launched by Uganda. They are his friends. They were given the scholarship same time. So he's just demonstrating to you that the team was very tough and committed that time. Am I correct?
Partly.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to come into the other question about the safety of the phones, which has been talked about, but now mention coming to it from the regulatory aspects. So for MACRA, with respect to safety, what we do is we are doing type approval for the devices, where we are looking at compatibility to those standards, the INC, the ionization issues, and the standards recommendations by World Health Organizations, and also the recommendations that have been put by IEEE. So when we are doing type approval, before every mobile phone comes into the country, we have to approve that type of device to say it is safe for the general public. With respect to the network that is being installed in the country, the towers, before they are elected, MACRA has to approve the sites to see that the sites are located in places that are safe for occupational safety, that they do not cause harmful interference to the people. So no need to worry about safety, because those things are taken care of. Now, there was also another question which was talking about the interference between the mobile services and this satellite. So MACRA, what it does when it comes to spectrum management is now to manage those type of interferences, to see we do what is called compatibility studies, to see which services can work together in a particular band and which services cannot. And so those services that cannot share the same frequencies, they are separated. Then there's a specific band for some services and another band for some services. We do have a national frequency allocation plan, which is looking at that. That's why for TV services, there's a particular band which is using the TVs. For FM radio, there's a particular band which is using. For aircrafts, for mobile phones,
for defense,
for defense, everything, and the interference issues are the things that are really considered.
Thank you. That's the national band plan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Director Hamsiapo. Next, how many more questions are we being given? 3 more minutes to finalize. Do we have 2? Further, he will be flying back to Singapore, and maybe this is the time to engage and later on to collaborate to make sure that we have our program, built. Do we have any 2? Okay, yes, I think you are the last one. Give him a microphone and hand over to Chikondi to conclude the session. Yeah.
All right, my name is Kasim Masedi from CB265. I wanted to ask, how will 5G broadband satellite benefit the nations in terms of internet? Like, is it an advantage over fiber that we already have?
Okay, fiber is right now is superior to most other communication media or mediums, in the sense that it's very high capacity and so forth. But fiber, you're supposed to go and dig, right? Physically connect another location to another location. So in some places, it makes sense to not have fiber and have wireless. But in many cases also, where you have 5G doesn't mean that fiber is gone. They're kind of separate in the sense that fiber is used, say, for backhauling. In other words, from certain key locations to the exchanges, and then you have 5G. So what 5G replaces is not so much fiber, it's more like say the current technologies like 3G and 2G and so forth. So they can coexist. They usually are deployed at different parts of the network.
So first mile, backhaul, last mile, and there is the ROF. ROF is radio over fiber. So you can bring so many radio technologies to run or ride over fiber, which is an extended, superhighway infrastructure in a given place. I think with that question, we would like to terminate the discussion, hand over to the moderator. Let's give a big hand to
All right, thanks. At this juncture, we now break for lunch. We have only 1 hour for lunch. The goal is to come back and have the last presentation and make it before 5 o'clock. So if we could do better on time management, it could save us a lot of time afterwards, because after that presentation, we'll just have final remarks by the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, and that will mark the end of the conference. So I wish you all the best. Let's be mindful of time. Let's just say we're breaking at 1:30. Let's come back by 2:30. I'm sure all our technical team will be ready by 2:30, and our online presenter, is it an online presentation? Oh yeah, and our online presenter will be ready and set by that time. So let's break and come back within the next hour. Thank you.
Actually, instead of me doing this woman, she sent me a message, she said, let's close already.
Right, my dear wife. unmute. Okay, you unmuted me. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Good afternoon. Are you there? I'm not even sure of the time difference. It's afternoon in Malawi. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm online and I'm just trying to share my screen. Can you see my screen?
We can, yes.
Okay, I will try and make it.
All right, fine. You've got an hour, so I hand you over the hour. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And greetings to all of you. I hope you had a pleasant lunch. And I think what we're going to do in the next sort of 40 minutes or 45 minutes is to go through really, in a way, the current situation as regards to the development in 5G and what does the future hold in terms of moving forward once the 5G is there. And also, as some of you may well know, that in ITU, we have been working in Working Party 5D on Vision 2030, which is more or less tied with 6G. So it's 5G and beyond, which is 6G and Vision 2030. So basically what I like to do is just to give you a satellite industry perspective of where things are and how we see a much more holistic approach in terms of integration. Before, what we saw was a very much silo kind of approach to IMT or mobile and the satellites and Wi-Fi and all these other different access technologies. Going forward into 2030, we see, given the level of advances that we've had in the technology areas, various technologies, we see much greater level of integration, if you like, far more integration and convergence between the different access technologies coming together, so that we can have a much more holistic approach to providing connectivity nationally and truly nationally, both in urban, suburban and rural areas and so on, covering the whole country and everybody involved. And at the same time, of course, the objective has to be to make it much more affordable for everybody, so that they can actually have that connectivity and the cost is bearable and there is no restriction or limitations, if you like, in terms of people having access to broadband kind of services and so on. So with that, I want to begin very quickly. I've got my stopwatch on, so I will not be going beyond what I'm being allocated, if anything, much less than that. So I think yesterday I already covered in terms of the various advances in technology and this innovative use of these new technologies, which basically has driven us to reduce the cost significantly in terms of both the space segment, whether it's a MEO, GEO, or LEO space segment. When I talk about space segment, I basically mean the satellite. And then you have the ground station or the ground segment, if you like, and the launchers, and of course the user equipment and user devices and terminals and so on. So all of these have advanced tremendously over the years, both in the mobile sector as well as in the satellite sector. And that convergence is now coming forward. When you look at the 5G, when we started the development of 5G almost 5 years ago, the intention was always that the 5G will support a heterogeneous set of integrated air interfaces. As I mentioned, air interface is really the critical common bit between different applications and services. And if you can have a heterogeneous set of air interface, then it means you're actually coming together in terms of solutions. So the 5G network basically encompasses both cellular and satellite solutions. And the 5G architecture was always expected to run over a converged, if you like, optical wireless satellite infrastructure in order to access the network with backhauling and front hauling and so on. And I think when we're looking at the public-private partnership that is happening today in both in Europe and all the various other regions around the world, in North Americas and Far East, as well as in Africa, I think we're beginning to see various vertical segment applications. Vertical markets are the key thing here. And again, this is where I believe Malawi has a great opportunity, tremendous opportunity to develop some of the vertical markets, particularly in agriculture, because given the fact, as I mentioned earlier, 80% of your population is in agriculture. And of course, you're looking at urbanization, so smart city ideas, some of the utility companies in terms of water, sanitation, and all these other things can come into play as well in terms of devices monitoring and so on. So I think this is the kind of thing we're looking at when we're looking at society and the digital transformation of our society. And Malawi is no exception. I think, you know, again, if there is a will, there's a way, and you'll find the way in terms of various vertical segments, vertical markets, where you get specialized startup companies working together in collaboration with outside companies who probably have done the solutions in other markets and so on. And you develop it and you enhance it and you customize it. And that's the objective really behind all of this. And when you look at the kind of applications you see here, there are multiple technologies that are serving you. Many user cases are supported by these multiple different technologies. So you can have multimedia delivery, as you can see here, in terms of deployment scenario, to the use cases that is expected. Then you look at the broadband application right across the whole spectrum of things and different again, various use cases, and then machine type communication, critical and vehicular and so on. So there are a lot of use cases here as you can run through. And this is really was developed when you had the 3GPP. 3GPP is basically a body that was established by the terrestrial community, if you like, the terrestrial operators and the vendors to develop. And now satellite industry is also involved in the 3GPP body. It's a technical body developing standardization and specification. So we're doing that now together with the terrestrial in order to come up with a much more holistic kind of approach to solutions going forward. So this is where I think Lyndon also perhaps covered some of this, but this is a mix of technologies, what we're beginning to see. You have this new generation of Wi-Fi 6E, which is already 300 odd million units of being out there in the market. Something like 27, I think 30 odd countries have deploying 6E now in the markets in the lower band 6425 to 5925 to 6425. That is some 500-600 megahertz of spectrum there. And then, of course, Wi-Fi 7, which has a much greater capacity and throughput levels, that's under development, and that'll be available next year. So you can see the development of these, as well as the spectrum that uses and the kind of throughput or data rates that you're likely to have there, and so on. So bear that in mind, again, with mobile ecosystems, the 5G, LTE, 4G or advanced 4G, going to 5G now and standalone. I mean, the standalone 5G networks are just beginning to come about now. Before it was more of a hybrid. You had a 4.5G, if you like, which is a hybrid kind of network solution to move gradually into 5G kind of base station availability. But there aren't any nationwide 5G networks today. I can assure you of that. These are very specific 5G applications in serving different vertical markets and so on. And then you have the satellite ecosystem, which you all been hearing about over the yesterday and part of today. And I must congratulate Christopher on the kind of thinking he has. I think it's a very bold thinking in terms of the ability, you know, to do domestic satellite, manufacturing of domestic satellite. I mean, a number of African countries, by the way, have made their own satellites, small sats, which they have launched for environmental and monitoring and so on. So again, this is something where, because of the climate change and the kind of impact it's having on Africa, there's a case where you could actually, academia can be involved with some industry partners to develop, make your own satellites for environmental monitoring and climate monitoring and so on. And that can well be funded out of the funds that is being created out of this climate change conferences, global conferences that's coming out now from Egypt today, this week. So COP27, I think it is, and COP28 next year, which is going to be in Dubai at this time. So again, you need to bear that in mind. There are opportunities for funding of these kind of initiatives, which you can have as well. So satellite ecosystem is with high throughputs or very high throughputs, both geostationary, medium orbit, as you heard from Patrick and Terry on their O3B and mPOWER. And then LEO constellations, which you have signed up with Starlink and others in terms of licensing their services and so on. So number of spectrum bands are used by these, which again needs to be made sure that those spectrum bands are still available for these services to continue with these services and so on. And the kind of data speed you're looking at. There is a lot of capacity out there. So it does make commercial sense. It shouldn't have interference to others. These kind of systems and access technologies should be complementary to each other. I mean, they should work in harmony. And this is the whole objective as we move forward. And we're designing the future generation of systems. So what does satellite do? How does satellite enhance, if you like, the 5G? Well, there are three specific areas you have to look at. When you look at the cellular or the mobile network, IMT, then you can see the limitation here. You have the big cell, the small cell infrastructure, the density in terms of user density, okay, which you would have and so on. And really, it's an issue of coverage, an expansion of coverage per suburban to rural areas. It's an expansion of throughput, higher throughput, the ability to the base stations, the 5G base stations to have a much greater level of throughput and so on, particularly if you have a very low latency targets. That means you actually need data at near the base station or at the base station itself in order to do it. So you have a very high level of caching in order to store that information to deliver it within 4 to 5 milliseconds within the buildings, wherever the base stations are, and so on. And then, of course, the capacity to increase the capacity on the right-hand side. So what we're really looking at already today with the kind of standard specification that are coming out from 3GPP, issue 17 of the specification has just come out, which basically is looking at integration of some aspects of satellite networks within the terrestrial kind of systems. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as to how that is being done. Next slide. So having satellites in this mix is it a worthwhile? Well, there are obviously various debates that are going on, but nevertheless, I think there is a lot of value. And what we see is the dividing line between satellite and terrestrial. There is no hard lines anymore because satellites can be everywhere, can be in urban areas, can be in suburban, can be in rural. Similarly, terrestrial systems, there are basically cost trade-off with terrestrial networks. And this is why one of the reasons for the last 25 to 30 years, mobile networks from 2G onwards up to now, coming up to 5, haven't really spread out into some of the rural areas and the remote area because the economics, it doesn't make sense. And I've seen that myself, having traveled all over Africa, where base stations on a highway in a remote area has a security guard and a perimeter protected, and daily they get a delivery of fuel to continue with the power generation to support a base station or traffic. Because it's a highway and there's obviously communication by the mobile phones. So they want to provide the coverage there. But again, it's very, very difficult and it's not cost efficient for the mobile operators. So here, satellite backhauling is, again, has a lot of value, and satellite connectivity as well. And basically what we do is we basically are looking at in terms of integration of satellite elements as part of the overall 5G network architecture. And I think Kevin and Lyndon covered this. The way we can go about it, again, depends on the applications and services and the kind of data speed you want to provide and the affordability. All of these factors come into play here. So you have geostationary satellite. They can be very, very powerful with small spot beams, which can cover the size of Malawi. And basically that beam is basically your own satellite. And you actually can have a much higher throughput level and connectivity for all kinds of different applications. On the other hand, you can have a number of low Earth orbiting satellites with a lower level of latency. And that will, again, be something that you can look at. But again, you've got to bear in mind that you need a number of satellites as against one steerable beam that can cover Malawi. So there are different kind of cost trade-offs, and it depends on what kind of services you want to provide. And most importantly, is the cost of those services. That is fundamental to serving people all over the country in terms of their applications for agriculture, for education, and so on. So you have these kind of technologies coming together with the, as you see on the right-hand side, the base station. There are all kinds of actual integration side of things. Let me just come on to the next slide, because this provides a better picture, I think. So what you have really here is, you can see the satellites and the satellite gateways. The satellite gateways basically then, if I can move this thing, that's better. So what you see here from the satellite gateway on the right-hand side, then on the left-hand side, you have the base station, but you have the, if you like, the main central processing units of the terrestrial system and the satellite gateway coming together. So you have this satellite terrestrial integration, if you like, in terms of the processing that is being done. And of course, you will have different types of user terminals. Some of them could be hybrid terminals. There are some handheld terminals which are hybrid. I think Christopher mentioned Tharea, for example, which has a handheld, but also a mobile. It's integrated into one handset and so on, which can go through satellite as well as mobile network, depends on the coverage where you are. So 3GPP, as I mentioned already, they are specifying the satellite access for 5G. And the important thing is the continuity, ubiquity. That means the ability for you to roam around with a single product, which can go through both terrestrial and satellite systems, if you like, satellite networks. So we're looking very much at complementarity terrestrial network with very distinct advantage. As I said, coverage, capacity, and so on, which is where the satellite system can add value to. There are non-terrestrial satellite network, NTN, that can be part of the 5G. And in fact, there is a channelization plan, which 3GPP has defined, which is called N96. If some of you experts on spectrum can look at that, that basically looks at the unlicensed band all the way from 5925 to 7125 frequencies. Unlicensed band to provide basically 5G NTN solution, or you could actually have, as I say, a satellite or Wi-Fi kind of product lines as well, which operates in the same unlicensed band, 6E, Wi-Fi 7, and so on. So 5G integration will make satellite accessible from mainstream devices. There is a tremendous, dramatic cost reduction also through the standard use of chipsets. Again, this is something which you need to take that into consideration as well. These devices, whether they're handheld or laptops, they all are integrated with communication chipsets. Okay, so the economies of scale is there as well, together with not just mobile chipset, but Wi-Fi chipsets, because your laptop can actually have both. Some of these iPads you have, which basically has both a mobile connectivity as well as a Wi-Fi connectivity. So these are chipsets that are being developed by Intel, AMD, and others, which actually then are built into these devices and so on. And new markets due to new use cases, hybrid networks, IoT mobility, and so on. So when you look at that, I'm sorry, I got to move this thing around. I don't know how to get rid of it. So here, again, there was an issue really some time ago whether a satellite can have low latency services. And clearly one of the things we can see here is that you can actually achieve latency rate, very low latency rate, even through satellite networks, because what you actually have is a connectivity. For example, this is a Ka-band dish on the right-hand side, but then you have a Wi-Fi hotspot which covers the community in some of the rural areas or suburban areas. It's just a matter of how many people you want to cover here, and this can actually have quite a range, and it can cover the community. So you can actually provide services which are very effectively being done already today. I can tell you there's I think several thousand, 4,000 or 5,000 sites like this in Mexico that are being done, which are community-based Wi-Fi hotspots going through a Ka-band satellite, providing very effectively broadband services to people there. And the kind of I think they typically get several. They get a gigabytes of data for something like less than 5 pesos. Very, very economical kind of operations, which are very attractive. So satellite can achieve low latency with multicasting content and so on. So when we look at the what can satellite do as part of the 5G ecosystem, there are basically 4 areas of application here. Communications on the move, hybrid multiplay, again, delivering content, complementing terrestrial broadband, trunking, and again, I can go a little bit more into detail, and backhauling as well from various suburban, rural, even urban areas where you don't have fiber or fixed links capacity, then they can supplement the capacity here as well. And you can see here, again, communications on the move, whether you happen to be ships or aircrafts, airlines, aeronautical, or even special forces, defense forces, borders or whatever, they can have instant connections through the satellite to their operation facilities and so on. So again, these are two-way high-speed broadband connectivity solutions that are available, integrating together with 5G as well, complementing 5G more than anything. Backhauling, again, applications are there, very high-speed link up to 1 gigabyte per second or more directly to the base stations. This is an operator core network, which again, it gets into. So you can actually see here on the left-hand side, where you have your towers, your base stations. If they need to backhaul through, then you have a terminal dish together with a tower that can take the information right the way through from the satellite and deliver it directly almost to the operator core network and so on. Again, another trunking and head end feed. You can see the application here again. So where you have a number of local cells, base stations, going to a central one, which then carries that traffic through the satellite to the operator core network. Hybrid multiplay as well. Again, here, what we're looking at is data coming out from various locations, cache storage and so on. Again, connectivity from the operator as well. There are a number of ways of, as I say, with the kind of technology we have available today, you can really move forward in many different ways to provide connectivity from suburban, rural, even, as I said, in urban areas where you don't have the fiber capacity or the fixed link capacity, but you need to backhaul it back to the network operator, central facility and so on. So you can actually use satellites in that respect. I thought we'd just gone through that. I couldn't understand why. Okay, have we got a duplication of these slides here? Okay. Let me come there. So again, one of the things I just want to give you a quick update is that satellite industry has been actively engaged in developing the key technologies and standards. And basically, Sat5G was some trials or testing that we've did, satellite and terrestrial network for 5G. This was a consortium led, which was funded by the European Commission, looking at the key technology for integration of satellite into 5G and demonstrate this as well. So there were 16 partner companies consisting of both satellite and terrestrial, equipment manufacturers, academia as well. And this was a sort of a 30-month project that ended in November 2019. That helped to put together provide input to the specification that 3GPP was developing as well in their specification, what we call issue 17 today. Satisfy, here's a European agency demonstrator project that was successfully done as well quite recently. So what are we really talking about? Well, when you look at the 5G and prior to that, everything was on its own. Today, what we have is you've got a satellite networks, and these satellite networks together with terrestrial networks and other kind of airborne networks we heard about, for example, for air mobility, balloons and so on. Balloon, we had HAPS, all kinds of other applications, emerging technologies that are there. All of these kind of things are coming together into 5G and beyond 5G, okay? How they're coming together is we've been looking at the level of integration that is feasible. So when you look at a SoftBank and you look at a HAPS program or HIBS, they're looking at basically having a base station in space, 20 kilometers high, so covering almost about 100-kilometer radius on the ground. From 20 kilometers. And that then allows them to provide a connectivity directly to that base station in space, if you like, 20 kilometers high, and through the ground network. Similarly, instead of a 20 kilometer, you have low Earth orbiting satellites or medium orbit or geostationary orbit satellite with their beams, spot beam, fairly high power spot beams. That can also, again, pick up the signals from the devices that will go through, and then it integrates into your terrestrial network. So we're beginning to see some partial integration between the different kind of access technologies coming together, okay? The next step, of course, is when you go to 6G and beyond, 2030 kind of vision, there is much greater level of integration, the full space and terrestrial integration, as we say here. And this is what we're looking at. And this is what we're designing today in terms of specification, if you like. So 6G needs to consider space and airspace from the beginning in terms of its definition of the protocols and network architecture. That is the key thing here, because we're looking at radio interface, air interface, which is hybrid, which is basically dynamic and allows to cater for whether you're on satellites or whether you're on terrestrial network or Wi-Fi, and looking at the application and the data speed that you require. So if you like, the intelligence, we're trying to build on the kind of technology that's available in terms of processing power and the chipsets you have, and how much of the coding and development we do, which is burnt into the chipset, that then sits into your device, if you like, whether it's a Wi-Fi device or a phone or laptop or whatever. And the way it goes about it is basically, and I'm drilling down now a little bit more in terms of, you have the satellites, the radio access, the core network, and the services, okay, enablers. So when you look at the radio access, again, the chipset that goes in there and the software you develop, and that's a fairly high level of sophistication here, because you're looking at digital signal processing, you're coming up with the algorithms, the software, which will allow you to do a dynamic kind of processing, if you like, in real time. Then you have the core remote communication stack, core terrestrial network infrastructure. Then you have the various service platforms and so on. And it's really bringing all of these different elements together, which operate in different frequency bands right across the spectrum. Okay, from C to L to SKU in terms of the satellites. So when you look at a device on a car, for example, and we've heard so much of satellite integration into device. This is a connected car. A car will have basically a user, a terminal, a small cup-sized antenna. And within the antenna, what you will get embedded, is there any way I can really get rid of this thing or not? Nope, doesn't say I can hide it either. Okay, let me just put that there. So when you look at that device cup size unit, even half the cup size, embedded in there, you find chipsets. So you have a satellite chipset, and you have basically even a Wi-Fi chipset, a mobile chipset, and so on. These chipsets are built in with the RF technology. Okay, so basically then decides when you have it in the car, wherever the coverage is, wherever the signal, strongest signal levels are. If it's from a terrestrial network, from a terrestrial base station, it'll go through the terrestrial network. If it's outside, for example, on the road where you have a very weaker signal from terrestrial base station, but you have a stronger satellite signal, then you'll pick that up. And again, if you're in a sort of a very densely populated area and you have hotspots, community hotspots, basically. In England, for example, in UK, we have 1 million hotspots for people. I have a home broadband service, and when I go outside with my mobile phone, I can go through any of the BT hotspots anywhere in the country, free of charge, because I already subscribe to a broadband service from my home. So similarly, again, one of the things we could do quite innovatively is to get the partnership between mobile telecom operator with a hotspot provider who can actually roll out hotspots all over the country, in touristic spots, in cities, in airports, hotels, everywhere, basically, so that you can actually roam around the country without even actually using the data, using the mobile link, if you like, the mobile phone itself, because you're going to go through various Wi-Fi hotspots and route it through that way. So this is an integration, if you like, of different kind of elements, if you like, terrestrial, satellite, and Wi-Fi kind of thing built into a device, which then, depending on subject to the signaling level and the application, it will go to the necessary, if you like, the end gateways, if you like, whether it's the gateway or the core network of the mobile operator and so on, to the services you're providing. Now, when we look at the convergence factor here, we talked about the convergence between different kind of technologies. So you're looking at here total convergence. Now, this is a model that was being put together by Europe. There are different school of thoughts. There is the European model of thinking in terms of what is 6G should be, and what it should comprise of, and what kind of services and applications we should have. Then I'll talk a little bit about the model from the Far East, from Japan and other parts of the world. And then there's the North American thinking as well. So there are, if you like, different regions of the world are thinking about the 6G and what should 6G be from a holistic point of view, moving towards 2030. So you see here, we're talking of the digital world here, where we're talking about cognition, twinning, control physical world, digital world, and really is to bring together, if you like, different aspects which are critical for a network architecture. So 5G is a network of networks because it serves different vertical markets. Those vertical markets have a unique requirement in terms of applications. And that's what you design and develop. Then you're looking at sustainability, because if you're looking at agriculture, for example, then you're looking into agriculture where it's sustainable, the solution you want to have for soil monitoring, level of moisture in the soils, for example, reading that regularly. And if for example, the moisture level has dropped, then you automatically activate some water levels feeding into that area. There are all kinds of sort of sensor-driven kind of sustainability application in order to get much higher yield for your product or your commodity that you're growing there, whether it's a vegetable or wheat or whatever it is. So there are various intelligent kind of sensors that are being developed, which will allow you to sustain, make sure your agricultural produce is of certain quality, of certain yield, and is maintained and perform. Again, in terms of coverage, again, you're looking at how much. You see here, when you're looking at an agricultural farm, you could actually cover it with a number of different solutions. again, extreme environment and so on, conditions, which requires, again, connectivity to ensure that you have the connectivity under extreme experiences and so on. Reliability in terms of trustworthiness and so on. So you really are looking at all of these different factors, if you like, coming together in your ability to actually control your services. And then you're looking at here the different integration of different technologies that come around, okay? So again, whether you're into mobility here, as I said, connected cars or aircraft, UAVs, which is basically unmanned aircraft vehicles, you know, smart homes, again, this is another growth area where this is where Wi-Fi 6E and Wi-Fi 7 comes in. I'm talking to you from a laptop, which goes to a router from my home. Now, that means this particular router is basically only has two, it's not a 6E router, but it's connected to a number of handphones, mobile phones, which are going through Wi-Fi. It's connected to a smart TV, it's connected to my alarm system. So there are so many devices within the home, which is connected to. I can control my heating, my temperature, my lighting. All of these are done through a smart home. Now, again, you need to have the technology in order to do that. And this is where Wi-Fi 6E and 7 comes in, because that is looking at a 6 gigahertz band, which is looking at about 1200 megahertz of spectrum. And you need that. And if you want a 8K television, which is very real in terms of pictures, quality, and everything else, then again, you're looking at a much higher throughput level where you're streaming information. Similarly, if you're looking at here, super ultra reliable connectivity in healthcare, telesurgery, public safety, cloud computing, and so on. There are industrial automation and applications. Gaming, again, you know, I've seen my son who's 30 years old and he's still playing games on smart TV with somebody in Far East, for example, in different time zones. Doesn't matter. And the quality and the speed to which you actually do the gaming is, again, very important. And this is where the latency comes in, and the quality of the link and the speed and so on. So there are a number of massive machine type communication. So all of these is designed to bring about Internet of Things and bring everything together. And this is what we're talking about in terms of integration. And when you look at that, this is the not China, but Japan. Japan is looking at basically storage in space, cloud, space clouds. So you have a lot of the data. And as I said yesterday, data is cheap. So you have a space data centers around the world, and then you have other, this is in a geo, and then you have a MEO or a LEO satellite, which also has information. So there's much greater storage there than here. And then, of course, if you do interplanetary travel in space, then you have this as a hub to connect with Moon, for example, or Mars and other planetary kind of system. There is a whole, if you like, the whole convergence of different kind of access technologies that are being brought together into satellite links. These yellow lines are all inter-satellite communication, or from satellite to the ground building, if you like, which has a footprint, a gateway. Today, the antennas for communicating with satellites in low Earth orbit or MEO or GEO orbits, again, are becoming much more smaller because the power is very much directed from the satellite. So you can have a smaller dish because you've got a much higher level of concentrated power coming to that area, if you like, and therefore you can do with a lower dish. You have more power available, and you're not using that much power energy level, if you like, from the ground itself. So there are a lot of different kind of applications. You can see maybe here coming together, whether it's terrestrial buildings, mobile towers, whether it's whether you have sensors on the ground, agricultural, you have a tractor here, which is getting information, and that information can be sent through the satellite, stored and delivered to a central facility, for example. you know, the whole point of moving towards 6G is to bring together a much more holistic approach and really a total integration between terrestrial, satellites, and different kind of access technologies, which allows us to provide that connectivity for everybody and everything, Internet of Things, around the country. And so this is the whole basis of it. I think holistic approach, convergence of different functions, and it's not just communication here. We're looking at Earth observation. We're looking at you know, getting data from Earth and sharing that information, which we talked a lot about in terms of processing information. So space wide web, okay, 5G, broadband 5G, 6G as a standard for inter-satellite communication as well. So this point here, let me explain a little bit. What we're talking about is when you design that air interface for different kind of applications, it's a common air interface. That common air interface is dynamic and is driven by applications. So whether it's from satellite to a handheld, or from a handheld to a base station, or data being monitored by sensors, which is sent up, all of that is a common air interface with a chip. Okay, the intelligence is built in. So this is what you're looking at here, is integration of communication, computing, and caching set with sensors and localization. So basically satellite then just becomes a node, if you like, another base station as part of a total infrastructure. I think this is my last slide, and I've taken about 40 minutes. So we're really looking at, in terms of moving forward, very much an open architecture, very flexible, reconfigurable, expandable kind of solutions, fully interoperability. So that means we're looking at very much seamless integration with terrestrial network, full adoption by 3GPP, NTN, and so on. User equipment with a satellite air interface. Again, you are having a common air interface with a link budget optimization and so on. Very efficient space infrastructure. Again, depends on how you want it. It's very similar to what we mentioned earlier. Yesterday, I mentioned when I talked about Inmarsat and a dynamic mesh network, which brings together different kind of access technologies. So it's simple, small, single-purpose, transparent satellites. Okay, and basically providing very much an efficient backbone with optical connectivity and so on. Network in the sky, 6G as a standard also for connecting satellites. So this is the point I was making. Where we have a common air interface, that common air interface is used in various ways, both on ground, when we have terrestrial networks, home networks, satellite network, all coming together, but having a common air interface. Can you imagine the economies of scale and the benefits we all would have if that actually happened in the next 5 to 10 years? It means enormous benefit in terms of standardization. Everything is standardized to that common air interface, if you like, which is dynamic and which basically serves you for different applications. So just to conclude, really, very much, there's a lot of development happening in various areas. We are studying many of the use cases and how best to serve communities. And I think one of the key thing is, one of the wonderful thing actually in being in part of this kind of forum in ITU is really that we're developing things to keep it where there are a number of countries from around the world who sit in these committees who are coming up with the design and the network architecture. Okay, so the first point is, as I said, you define what the application and the user requirements are. What are your use cases? What do you actually want to achieve? And then from then onwards, you come up with the architecture and design from a more holistic approach point of view, integrating various different access technologies that are there today, not reinventing them, but how we can bring them all together. So this is the important thing. Many use cases, and benefit from continuous ubiquitous connectivity, the role of satellite itself, the terrestrial and space coming together. So basically, this is what is happening. This is the kind of, if you like, data input that we get from folks in MACRA as well, which attend some of these meetings in ITU. And really, the intention is here. Within Malawi as well, there are some, from what I've been hearing, you actually have some very good thinkers, quality people who can see, and you can actually then come up with some inputs into MACRA itself to say these are the kind of application we like to see, which would help to formulate and develop, because this is a development that's going to happen. It's started already in ITU and 3GPP, and it'll advance much more over the next coming years. So it's really a vision. It was a vision a few years ago. It's now becoming a reality to the extent that we have actually got documentation on this, where thinking is going on globally, and we're putting together, if you like, the user case requirements, which will then translate into basically a system architecture, a global system architecture, and the development of that by different manufacturers and vendors. Great opportunity again for Malawi to be engaged in once you, as you move forward with the again with your space agency as well. I think that was it. Thank you very much for your attention. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Bashir Patel. This I consider to be one of the great presentations which has unpacked what 5G is, what 6G is, and how the convergence is like between satellite or space and terrestrial networks, that seamless convergence, and where also there's a core for core innovation in that space. And I remember I've analyzed sometimes data for flight switch takeoff. The messages which come through normally are messages like, I'm now on board flight X, I'll be offline for Y hours, and therefore we should be able to catch up later after Z number of hours. But what Bashir Patel is demonstrating to us here is that we will be seamlessly in communication with our loved ones, but also at work. You will not have an excuse on flight to say, now I'm on flight, I'll not be able to handle the matter. No, because this has already been demonstrated in some of the Airbuses where you have full throttle communication, 6 hours flight over from Africa to US and online. So this is the future where you integrate space and terrestrial networks and making you to be available in the IoT, Internet of Things, where we have 50 billion devices beating the population of our 7.x billion, which is hitting 8 billion very soon. We have been overpowered by devices which are online, which are now being identified by GUID, Global User Identification. And this is the space in which we are. Questions and comments as we conclude our 3-day conference. And also I say hand up there, ushers and usherless, please help me to reach out to that table. There is a hand up from that table. Next, who else would like to engage Bashir Patel? He has enormous experience and expertise, and it's important if we have any, engagement. This is the only opportunity. Next time you will not answer your email because you'll be very busy. Yes, you have the floor. Can we give a microphone to him? I'll not be able to run the whole space at all. Do you have a question? You have an opportunity. No, today, create one more question. Think of a question and ask him, okay? Just think. I'll give you 3 minutes, okay? Yeah. So he's thinking and he will ask. Okay, you're closer to me here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm Duncan Batizani from MIM. I've been hearing of 5G, internet, network, whatsoever, because I'm not an expert in this field. But I think some 2 years ago, people were talking of the 5G and some issues related to healthy and environment. So I just wanted to get from the presenter what could be some of the impact of 5G on health and the environment. Thank you.
He's asking a similar question like we had in the morning, myth and conspiracy about 5G and what you are saying, Bashir Patel, about this. Will you dismiss them, dispel them, or confirm them? That's the question. Next, yes, over to you.
All right, thank you very much. In the words of Dr. Chris, build to learn rather than learn to build. In your presentation, Bashir, you said that you were talking about the third generation partnership project, which has completed the standardization of the first 5G wireless technology. And you can agree with me that the making 5G from space a reality requires efforts beyond standardization. So how best can Malawi, as a third world country, come into having this reality? Any particular steps you can suggest? Thank you.
That's the second question, Bashir. And now we come to the third question. After that one, we have one lady who says, yes, I would like to represent the ladies. I want to be in this game, and I'll ask the question. After that lady, it will be Bertrand. He has a comment. He says he has analyzed all the presenters and he would like to make his submission. Yes.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Moses Msukwa from Yoneko. I have a couple of questions. The first one.
Two or three?
Yeah, I think 2 or 3 and an opposite. Just I want to seek clarity.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first one is on service availability. Now, in terms of internet service, compared to other medias that we use like fiber and the like, aside from the actual challenges that, let's say, a client might meet once they connect to satellite, how would you relate services that you get over satellite and other medias like fiber? And
so the first question is on uptime and the reliability of the network. Second, yes.
Yeah, the second one is also related to internet. In terms of the interoperability, I was wondering if there is some sort of space interoperability between the various operators that are into space. There was an image that was shown, so I was wondering, is the satellite interoperability between a specific operator, or maybe that's for different operators?
That's a brilliant question there. So, but Bashir Patil, take it up. Is there some way of traffic handover or collaboration like the terrestrial mobile network operators are able to do, pass over clients from one to the other? Does that happen in space? That's the second one. Third one?
Yeah, the third one is also related to the internet. Nowadays, we are moving towards, or maybe there is a concept that is being facilitated of internet localization, where now we're trying to limit or maybe easily access the bandwidth for content that is within country. So in relation to satellites, how is that handled? Or maybe is there a case where a satellite operator has to connect to an infrastructure like the exchange points?
Yeah.
In this case, specifically for the one that we have just granted license to Starlink.
Thank you. I think you can stop there.
Maybe let me just finish the last one.
Okay.
Yes. The last one is on maintenance of the satellites. From I think the first presentation, there is a quite big lifespan once it has been deployed. So I was wondering, with the thousands of kilometers of the equipment from the earth, how is maintenance done?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Those were very top quality technical questions, and we appreciate that. Any lady? No. Then I'll come to the comment by Bertrand. May you stand up and make your comment after observing our ramblings.
Thank you very much. I like to appreciate about this space conference. I've really learned a lot, like how to build your confidence, how to launch a satellite and everything, even a rocket. And it's very raw taking, especially some of the professors here, like Christopher Luanga. He's a very intelligent man, though I imagine him as someone else. But otherwise, it has built, I have something to say. It's that, one, I've learned that it's important to know some of the things
Thank you. I wish I had the same opportunity when he's in standard 7 or grade 7. If I had that opportunity, I wouldn't be a radio frequency engineer as I am. I would be somewhere maybe in space talking to you over the channels. But now I was denied. I was in a very remote school like his, but you saw how he moved. Over to you, Bashir Patel, to respond to those words.
Thank you very much, moderator. Very, very quickly. I know time is pressing on. In terms of impact to health by 5G base stations, lots of studies have been done. And clearly, if you can imagine studies that have been done in Europe, which is highly super conscious about impact to health and people, and particularly neighborhoods as well, where you have the 5G base stations. What we have, just to provide a bit of comfort to the audience there are power limitations, there are power controls. And basically these base stations are designed by the vendors from the very beginning to control, to minimize this kind of impact. So they will never ever exceed in their power levels, if you like, to what is required. And therefore, and given the range and the limitation depending upon the frequencies, these 5G base stations, typically if you're operating a 5G in millimetric wave bands, such as 24.5 gigahertz to 27.5 gigahertz, the coverage limitation is there. You have a very limited coverage footprint. So the base station will serve within a building area, if you like, within the building or around a small neighborhood or a football stadium. So there are limitations in terms of how much power they can actually radiate, if you like, to impact anybody. At the end of the day, it's like with everything in life. If you stand in front of a dish, satellite dish, and it's radiating power, you can cook yourself. If you do the same thing in front of a base station, again, it could damage you. But people generally going around, they don't do that. And obviously they avoid that. But the base stations are not, the 5G base station will not be radiating that much power given the limitations they have actually in terms of the area they serve. 4G, for example, 4G base station, one 4G base station has a 1 kilometer radius. That means the power it generates or the power it radiates is much higher to serve that 1 kilometer of area. And the signal being able to penetrate through houses and buildings into lifts. When you're going into a lift and you get a signal, imagine the power that the base station is radiating, because it's dissipating that power over a much greater area. Whereas a 5G base station is limited to perhaps, say, a football stadium. And that's the amount of coverage you'll only get within the football stadium. And even in a football stadium, you probably end up with 2 or 3 5G base stations to make sure you've got the signal levels so that people can actually connect when they take a picture and send it off to friends to say this is a goal that's been scored. So that's the kind of thing you have. Yeah, there's nothing really seriously to worry about because it is controlled environment. How can Malawi be engaged on 6G? That's a good question. And I think, as I said earlier, I think there are a number of applications, unique applications that Malawi should look at in terms of food security. You know, when looking at agriculture, mining, all of these specific applications which are unique to Malawi and Malawi citizens around the country, let's identify them. Let's see what we can do with them with the current kind of technologies that we have available, both with satellite and 5G, and how far we can go with them. And then we can enhance that technology further with the 6G kind of applications. I mean, I really do think these vertical markets are unique. And I think we should really set up some small startup operations which are funded through government medium or with international support, with partnerships with foreign companies as well, that can develop some of these applications and sensors. We've done that already as Inmarsat, actually in South Africa. We have a company there which is working on agriculture with big farmers in Cape area, which is developing, you know, and increasing the production and exporting a lot of the stuff from grown there to European markets and so on. There is a lot of, you know, there is best practices that we can pick up on. And I think there's a tremendous amount of scope and opportunity. And as I said, if there is a will there and you have some enterprising youngsters who want to develop a startup, then I think it's good to talk together with MACRA and how we can partner you with some other foreign partners to develop the skill sets and the solutions which are customized for Malawi. Third point, which Moses raised on service availability, your service provider, for example, your mobile operator has a service level guarantee for you. You have a mobile phone and he's providing you with the service, and he has to maintain that quality of service. How often do you check on whether he's giving you that quality of service? It's a data speed. If somebody is subscribing to a certain service level quality in terms of data speed, and for example, in Europe, they offer you, say, to my home, they offer me 100 megabit per second. What does that exactly mean? You have to ask yourself, what does 100 megabit per second mean? Delivery to my home. Is it me? Is it exclusively for me? Or is it the fiber that's coming in my street is shared among the 100 megabits per second? So 50 other homes will share it. And if all of us are on it at the same time, so 50 into 100, I'm only getting 2 megabit. I'm not getting 100. That's not service quality. If you're promising me 100, am I getting 100? So you have to look at your net throughput levels, and you have to look at, so basically satellite service providers will give you, for example, like Inmarsat, I have a satellite dish, Inmarsat terminal, which is size of A5. They guarantee me half a meg, 512, 512 kilobit per second. So I am getting half a meg, basically uplinked and downlinked synchronous. So again, you have asynchronous speeds as well, whether you have you uplink in a much lower speed level, but you downlink to your laptop or whatever home to much higher speeds. So you can have asynchronous or synchronous speed, but you have to look at the service quality, what is defined by your provider. And that's the important aspect that you need to bear in mind. Interoperability, yes, we are looking at that. In 6G, we're very much focused on interoperability of links. If you have a common air interface, then you're able to do that. You know, one of the development that is happening now, which I think some of the countries are doing it, in Japan, it's already happened with one of the mobile operators having Open RAN. Open RAN is basically that vendors such as Ericsson or Huawei or Nokia and others, they don't have a proprietary system. if you like, their core network is an open RAN network where multiple operators can come through that interface, okay, come into that processing unit. Interoperability, that's what we aim to provide, really. So that is important. Open RAN or space RAN, if you like, where, again, inter-satellite links based on certain frequencies. Very quickly on the last point, smart satellites. Satellite content, multicasting is one of the things that will be done by satellites to support very low latency services through 5G base stations, for example. If you have a very highly dense area, and you need a very low latency services for gaming application, for example, then there would be, instead of going through fiber, which might be congested, or microwave links, you might actually have a cache where the base station is, and you multicast through satellites. So for example, if there are certain applications you need to serve different communities around the city, then it's easier to do it in a single shot through the satellite as a multicast, rather than putting individually through fiber and congesting the fiber network up. So there are various ways of doing it. And this is where the content delivery is very important. How do you deliver content for low latency kind of applications and services? And I think the final point was smart satellites. I wrote down, you know, the satellites today, as you heard from Kevin on Intelsat, you know, we're software driven, we're very dynamic now. The beauty of today's environment compared to 30 years ago is that we have digital kind of processing, signal processing, if you like, with a lot of memory and capacity and performance. So we're able to do things in real time. You know, the more RAM you have on your laptop, the more activities you can do in real time, if you like. And it's the same thing here. When you are software driven, then you can actually do things much more dynamically, much more quickly. And this is what it's about, really, is to make the best use of the technology, maximum use of the technology to the kind of services and performance you want, and making it much more affordable. I hope that helped.
Yeah, so that's marks the end of all the questions you've attended to. I'd like to hand over to the general moderator, Chikondi Kasambara, to conclude.
Okay. Otherwise, thank you so much for that wonderful presentation, Bashir. Oh,
You're welcome.
we've lost. Okay,
You're
thank
welcome.
you. Thank you so much. And this is it. This is now where we've come to the end of the 3 days conference. I'm not supposed to do the official closing. There's the director, Mrs. Chuti, one of the board members of MACRA, who will do the official closing ceremony on behalf of the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority. But before I call upon the director, let me call upon Lyndon Pitzel. I'm sure you also have a slot to do with the closing remarks. So I'll call upon you first, and we'll wind up with the director, Mrs. Chuti.
Thank you very much. Director of MACRA, DG of MACRA in his absence, staff members of MACRA, ladies and gentlemen. This, I think, has been an eye-opening conference. When I made some opening remarks on Wednesday morning, I said that it is an honor and a privilege for GESOA to be present at this conference, and it certainly is. I'd like to reiterate that. I would also like to congratulate MACRA on a fantastic world-class conference that you have organized here. You can really be proud of yourselves, and you deserve a round of applause. I do not intend to keep you long, but what I do want to say is that we believe that this is the start of a process. This is not a once-off event. There is much work to be done going forward to realize the Malawi space dream. If you would allow me to quote the famous African proverb, if you want to go quickly, go alone. If you want to go far, go with other people. And I think this is what needs to happen. We have the enthusiasm that I've seen in this conference hall over the last 3 days is something that I don't think I've seen anywhere before. The enthusiasm is there, the knowledge, the local knowledge is there. We need to harness that to realize the Malawi space program. If I may make a recommendation, I would suggest that within the near future, MACRA convenes probably a smaller meeting with stakeholders to map out a roadmap for the Malawi space program in order set goals, set timelines, determine what the priorities are, assign responsibilities and review this. And hopefully within the not too distant future, we will have the privilege of again participating in such a conference where we can get feedback on the progresses that has been made since this meeting. But again, I wish to congratulate you all. This has been a fantastic experience, and I wish you everything of the best in your endeavors in establishing the Malawi space policy, the space agency, and GSOA remains at your disposal to provide you with any advice that you may require. Thank you.
It was the African saying for me. I'm sure as Africa, we've already sent our proverbs to the space. He rightly quoted one of our own sayings. So I love the saying, the African saying, the proverb. In conclusion, let me call upon the director, Mrs. Chuti, on behalf of the DG for MACRA to give the final remarks, after which we will have the closing prayer, just like we opened the last 2 days with the prayer. Any volunteer will close with the prayer, and that will be all that was there to have in the last 3 days.
Thank you very much, everyone. Distinguished presenters, Mr. Lyndon Peter, representative of the GSOA, and Mr. Bashir Patel, who is the chairperson, all distinguished presenters, the organizing committee, invited guests, and all participants, the conveners, Mrs. Chikondi Manga Kasambara and Dr. Mikeka, good afternoon. On behalf of the Minister of Information, Honorable Gospel Kazako, the Board of Directors of MACRA and Management of MACRA, I would like to thank you for availing yourselves and preparing this very important information which has been shared during this conference. We recognize the importance of the satellite in the modern times and how it impacts the lives of people in closing the digital divide, which has always been there. This conference signifies the journey which Malawi has taken into the satellite space. We know it is a big step, that our commitment, we know we shall reach our goals. We invite the general public, members of the academia, the industry, both local and international, to collaborate with us on this journey. This shall make the journey a success. We have already seen an aspiring young boy by the name of Bertrand, and I hope, Bertrand, you shall be that like Christopher Lwenga. At this juncture, we would like to wish everyone a safe trip back home, both those from Malawi and from outside Malawi. With these few remarks, I declare the conference closed. Thank you. Thank you.
Shall I call upon a volunteer to close with a word of prayer? Any volunteers? Any volunteers? I see one from the back. Yeah, come through.
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for all the good things that you do to us in our day-to-day life. More importantly, Father, we thank you that you have been with us for the past 3 days since we started this meeting. We prayed, Father, for your wisdom, for fruitful discussions, and we have seen your mercy that indeed we have had very good discussions for the betterment of our country. Father, we also want to pray that as we are concluding our meeting, may you be with everybody as we are traveling back to our respective homes, those who are traveling, even going outside the country. May you be with them until they make it home. Father, we leave everything into your hands. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I pray. Amen.
The meeting has been closed. We may now go to our refreshments, the very last refreshments. I could see 3 or 4 people frown. We have refreshments, the very last ones. Have a safe trip back home, and thank you very much.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Zima wanga unasweka, ngaya sanga wako ndinendeka. Zakazi tatu zongobeta, unenamiza na tulipoweka. Ndichikondi cha katikati na kupasa moyo wanga mosa bwezi. Pano ntima ule matimati, sonze watikila komo na ubweza. Kurokale, ntima mwanga, singate, dali wanga. Wandipa moyo mwanga, waupa ntima wanga. Kurokale. Waupa ntima wanga. Kurokale, mwenzilanga. Singate dale wanga, wandipa moyo mwanga, wela ndikuuze za muntima, 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 muntima mwanga mwaza za revenge, ndikufuna ndirakala liwe koma mulindima, muntima, muntima, muntima. Cheat on me, always you protect my heart. But no kakala mango ganizila, if everything you say was a lie. Unandi was a sungandi tonze, all zitavuta maka. But no one sang I was a kona ulindi wina. Tell me how did you protect my pride? Yeah, yeah. Guru kale, moyo mwanga, sungate, dali wanga, waupa. Mtima mwanga mwadzaza revenge ndikufuna ndidakhala ndiwe koma muli mdima no matter what you do, makalile wako ndiopya, mtima wanga usukazika, gongo menya godo, bo, mtima wanga go, menya godo, bo, mtima wanga go. Don't know, girl. Yeah. Oh yeah. Mtima wanga unasweka, ngaya sanga wako ndinendeka, sakazi tatu zongobeta, undinamiza na tulipoweka, ndichikondi cha katikati na kupasa moyo wanga mosabweza, pano mtima ulimatimati, nsoze watsikila komo na ubweza, kurukale mtima mwanga, singate dali wanga, wandipa moyo mwanga, waupa mtima wanga, kurukale bwenzi langa, singate dali wanga, wandipa moyo mwanga, wela ndikuuze zangu.